maybe I will, I'll stand. Maybe I'll go to the other room. What do you think? So I can take off my mask.
And we can begin. Ladies and gentlemen, we are live. Welcome to the ECTC 2020 Fall Online Poomsae Tournament. We are so excited to have everyone here with us today. We'll be getting started with our opening ceremonies here in Ring 1 with Master Dan Cheung.
Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. I am thrilled to be here at my studio here. I know I have some competitors coming in here later to compete, but I am thrilled to be here to kick off this event. As you all know, I'm sure that you've been tracking the events since the start of our quarantine, but a number of institutions and organizations have been running online Poomsae events since March, or really since April. And I'm really just pleased to see that ECTC is able to put this event on for all of you. I think NCTA, which is many of the same team members who are going to be running the event today, has really done a great job of kind of pioneering, especially the live format. So I hope that you all appreciate what a privilege it is to have a live event for you online, and how many logistics goes into that, how much work goes into that, how much planning goes into that. And if there was ever a group that could pull it off, it's our ECTC tournament committee and referees. I think that we're just such a innovative and flexible and hardworking bunch of people. Yeah, I think that one of the really neat things about this event, I think that is being pioneered, is the 3 versus 3 team format. It is something that we had done before at prior events in the black belt divisions, but now we're bringing that across the board to all divisions. And I think one of the great part of the secret sauce of the ECTC over the years, and why it's engendered such loyalty from people all over the country, and why people keep coming back to it year after year after year, is because of the team-based nature of the competition, that people are depending on each other, that we forge those relationships that really lasts a lifetime. And I think without the team-based format, then it just becomes a competition of individual excellence, not just, but it becomes a competition of individual excellence. And I think one of the things to just really relish and enjoy and savor about today is how we will be competing and depending on our teammates, even across geographies, even across spaces, people competing in their homes. We will have that network of relationships and draw strength from each other. And I hope that we all draw strength from each other in being able to have a competitive event like this. I am super impressed with how schools have rallied their teams, teaching online. It takes a lot of work and resilience. And I know that not every school has been allowed to come back online in this era. So I'm extremely grateful that we have as many athletes, almost 200 athletes, competing today. It's just extraordinary. So I'm very, very pleased about that too. I did want to say a special thank you to all the people, the volunteers who are working the event today, our tournament committee chairs, our referee chair, or all of the volunteers and referees who are making this event happen for you. It takes a small army. I think we probably have 40, 50 volunteers to run a tournament for 200 people. So just keep that in mind, how much work goes into these events. And also, I hope that all of you are express gratitude towards your instructors and to your captains and officers for all the work they're putting in to make this happen for you. I did want to mention a few things. We have people competing at the National Collegiate Taekwondo Association live online Collegiate Poomsae event. That's in 2 weeks, next Saturday. We will be offering ECTC points for that event. So that means that will count towards your standings, count towards points for the ECTC Poomsae Cup. I suspect that although there are of course pockets of outstanding Poomsae around the country, that there will be a very strong ECT presence. So I think it will feel a lot like an ECTC tournament, individual format. So that is a chance for people to compete in that format and get experience in that format as well. But I hope to see you all there. I hope to see a similar turnout there. I know I'll be rallying my MIT team to go to that event in similar numbers to what we're doing here. We are holding, obviously the points for this year, they will not necessarily count towards the League Cup because not everyone can participate this year, and we want to be fair to everybody, and also we're not able to contest some divisions. But we will be contesting a special League Resilience Cup. So whatever events are held next year, and this fall will be counted towards that Resilience Cup. It'll be hopefully a once in a lifetime cup that we can all really just celebrate the hard work that we put into to winning it this year, whoever wins that cup. And then also we will be keeping standings as well. So those are results that you can take back to your organizations and to your schools and to your administration to say, look, we finished first in Division 2, we finished first in Division 3, or second or third or whatever it is, so that you can show them that your club, during this period was really active, and your school can take pride in those results. So again, thank you everyone for coming here and for participating, and be patient. The day may not go 100% as expected. Please show up on time to your Zoom rooms. I know that it's hard with everything going on. Please show up 10 minutes ahead of time before your report time on the schedule. All right, I'll see everyone online soon. Good luck, everyone.
Hey, thank you, and good morning, everyone. Just a few quick notes here. So for today's competition, we'll have 5 judges scoring in each ring. We don't always have that luxury at the in-person tournaments, but with just 3 rings today, we can do that. It's going to be good. It will help. And many of the judges have experience from the 2 NCTA events that we held this summer. So looking forward to a great day here. Everybody's excited to be part of this first online event for the ECTC. Just a couple of modifications to the normal Poomsae rules, aside from the team format, of course. You'll start on your mark, so there's no marching in and out as the black belts are used to. You just start on the mark that you'd like to start, and the ring coordinator will have you bow and ready position and so on. So that will be simplified, right? You'll start on your mark, you'll finish, and that's your Poomsae. So please be on the place you'd like to start when you're called to perform. There is a little bit of a modification because we are judging via camera, right? Via Zoom. So if you go off of the camera's field of view, the judges will take a 0.1 deduction for movements that they can't see, essentially. Foot position, techniques. So make sure that your entire Poomsae appears in the field of the camera. The camera can be pivoted left and right, up and down if
It appears we have lost some connection with Master Schulte here. That is to be expected. So I think for the moment, until we
I can take over. I can take over till I get back on.
Perfect. Yes, sir.
Sorry. Until Master Schulte comes back on. Yeah, I believe he was talking about going out of frame. So even if a part of your hand goes off frame, that is a 0.1 deduction. Try your best to keep within frame, but repositioning is not. So I just recommend that when you reposition that you try to, I'm showing my my full outfit here. But when I'm here in front stance, for example, and I have to reposition, don't just and start walking away, but make a proper front stance and then reposition and then keep going, right? So that people don't, it doesn't look like you're just making a mistake when you're shifting around. Also, what else? Your holder of your camera can pan left or right to keep you in frame, but they can't like move with the camera and be like a roving camera person. Other rules specific to this, everyone understands that it is 3 versus 3. A 2-person team must win both matches to advance. But however, we will, I believe Master Fu will be mentioning this, but we will allow the 3rd person to contest their form regardless of whether they won or lost in the early rounds. So just keep that in mind. Other rules. Master Fu, am I missing anything?
I am
Not
double
necessarily.
checking, sir. There are no uniform requirements.
Correct. So uniforms are allowable, and any uniform that you have is fine. If you don't have a uniform, that's fine too. So we're just trying to be understanding that not everyone will have access to those things during this time. I believe that's it. Master Schulte comes back on. We can put him back on the screen. So, Master Turgeon, do you have something? Okay.
All right, so I'll finish us off with a few other reminders. A teams, you will be in ring 1. B teams, you are in ring 2. C teams, you are in ring 3. Please keep in mind what your Poomsae are. So for A teams, all the way through quarters, you will be performing Taekwondo 8. And in the semifinals and finals, it will be choreo. And for B and C teams, it's the rank appropriate form for you. So for example, blue belts, you either can do Taekwondo 5 or Taekwondo 6. You do not have to do both. You can just do one throughout the tournament if you'd like. So just make sure it is rank appropriate. Some other reminders we want to make sure you keep in mind. Like Master Cheung said, we posted the schedule online. So those are your competition times. Please report 10 minutes before your posted time so we can get started promptly. We will be sending out emails to all of our athletes and coaches. So please, keep looking at your emails. I might be sending some updates as the day goes on. So please monitor your emails. For the schedule, you'll see it's by match numbers. So please remember what your match number is. It's that number that's in the middle of the 2 opposing teams. So please keep in mind if you do advance to the next round that you know what your next match number is. Some other reminders on the Zoom side, please rename your account to your team name with your last names. That will help us keep track of you because we know that you guys might not all be in the same place, but you might have multiple devices. Another reminder is to please turn off any internet connected devices in your space that's not in your Zoom device so that you can just minimize the amount of lag. So if you have family members, for instance, if you're competing at home and they're all connected onto the internet, during your competition time, maybe please ask them to turn off their Wi-Fi so that you can hopefully get the best competition experience. Really important, please do not use any virtual backgrounds for this event. It will obscure your technique and the judges will have a hard time judging that, and it will probably violate some sort of rule about virtual backgrounds on streaming on YouTube. And finally, when you are in the Zoom room, please keep your camera off and your mic off. When you are the next competitor to go, you can turn your camera on at that point. And then when you are the competitor that is going, please turn on your mic. So we did send these reminders to you yesterday and the day before. So please just keep these in mind to help us have a smooth day. So without further ado, let's get going. The first match numbers, you are due to report to your to your ring by 10:50 a.m. Eastern. So we will see you soon. Thanks, everyone. Have a great competition.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the Eastern Collegiate Taekwondo Conference's first online virtual Poomsae tournament. This is ring 1. We will have all of the A-team Poomsae in this ring. We'd like to introduce all of our referees for this ring. We have David Turgeon, Caroline Enai Park, Twa Win, Richard Poole, Stephanie Imhoff, Rachel Siegel, and Jim Harp. Throughout the day, I'll be giving you some fun facts, where they're from, what sports they like to do, some cool Taekwondo facts. So make sure you're checking us out the whole day long. We have lots of exciting matches coming up, amazing referees. So thank you to all 7 of you for spending your day with us at this ECTC online virtual Poomsae tournament. Okay, we hope that all of you are starting to log in now. We have, again, this is the Team A ring, so we have the black belt competition. We're starting in the round of 32 today, so we're going to be going for a nice long while. We have lots of matches. The first matches should be logging in at this point so we can get started. So if you are one of those first matches, please make sure you're taking a look at that match scheduler so that you can see when your match is coming up, and please do log in about 10 minutes early so that we can start on time. Here is that bracket. So we have that first top there, MIT A1 has a bye, so match 101 will be Northeastern A2 versus Rutgers A5. Match 102 is Cornell A4, Dartmouth A2. Match 103 is West Point A1, Rutgers A2. We have another bye, and then 104 is MIT A4, West Point A4. Match 105 is Vermont A1, Rutgers A3. And that is the left side of that bracket for the round of 32. I also have the YouTube live stream up. So if you guys are watching and you're following along on the action, share the link with your teammates, with your friends and family, comment on that live stream, cheer on your teammates. At the ECTC tournaments live, it's always really exciting. I love hearing all the school cheers. So let's see some of that energy in that comment section on our YouTube live stream. While we're getting set up, I'll go ahead and just tell you a little bit about some of our referees. Jim Harp is from Polk City, Iowa, and he has played several musical instruments and has even attempted to sing. He's been in several bands, and unlike Taekwondo, age doesn't generate much respect in the music industry, he says. He's also a well-known competitor, so we're really glad to have Master Jim Harp. All right, here's our first matchup, number 101. We have Northeastern A2 versus Rutgers A5. We have 2 athletes on both of these teams. So Hyun Lee from Northeastern versus Sherwood Lennon, and then Rachel Cheung versus Thomas Louis. Team Blue versus Team Red. Okay, match 101 is just about getting ready to go. Again, Northeastern versus Rutgers. Sorry, Northeastern A2, Rutgers A5. In this group for Northeastern, Hyun Lee is the class of 2024 and is in environmental engineering. Rachel Cheung will be the second competitor for this A2 team, and class of 2024 studying data science and business administration. And I think we're ready to get this first match for ring 1 started. Just a reminder to our athletes, please make sure that when you're setting up your cameras, you're fully in the screen. So if we can tilt this camera down just a little bit so we can see your feet, you're not quite fully in screen to start with. That's better, thank you.
차렷. 균예. 준비. 시작. Pearl. Sure. Thank you.
That was Hyun Lee from Northeastern's A2 team. Again, reminder for the round of 32, round of 16, and quarterfinals, the athletes will be performing Taeguk 8, Paljong, and then in the semis and finals, they will perform choreo. So we have Hyun Lee here, accuracy already coming in of a 1.47. We'll get the presentation again. This is Northeastern A2 versus Rutgers A5. They each have 2 competitors, and you need to win 2 matches to move out of 3. So with a 2-person team versus a 2-person team, we'll see what happens here. Score of 4.80 on Taeguk 8 for Hyun Lee. So now we come over to Rutgers.
차렷. 균예. 준비. 시작. Pearl. Sure. Thank you.
And that was the first member of Rutgers A5 team, Sherwood Lennon. Sherwood is part of the class of 2021 studying bioenvironmental engineering. Just performed Jeong, got a 2.37 for accuracy. And that's a really great space, nice open. If you guys are watching and have time to set up your camera, this was a really great setup, nice bright lights, lots of space. And he gets a 5.93 for his Jeong. So we'll take a look at those two scores now. Again, Northeastern A2 versus Rutgers A5. So this first round goes to Rutgers, a 4.80 versus a 5.93. And now we'll have Rachel Cheung versus Thomas Louis. Again, this is match 101 in the round of 32 in this ring 1 for our A team competitors.
Cadet. Kinye. 준비. 시작. Borrow. Sure. Thank you.
That was Rachel Cheung from Northeastern University's A2 team. She is part of the class of 2024 studying data science and business administration. In her spare time, she enjoys cooking and biking, and she just performed for us Teguk Paljang. Reminder that this Northeastern A2 versus Rutgers A5 is a two-person versus two-person team. That first round went to Rutgers, and Rachel gets a 2.17 on accuracy. Presentation of 3.73 for a total score of 5.90. And we'll now go to Rutgers.
Cadet. Kinye. 준비. 시작. Borrow. Sure. Thank you.
That was Thomas Lee from Rutgers, part of this Rutgers A5 team. Thomas is studying electrical engineering, and one of his favorite pastimes is sleeping, like any true college student. Thomas gets a 2.67 on accuracy. And this is our very first match of the day. Our next matchup is match 102, Cornell A4 versus Dartmouth A2. Here we go. Thomas gets a total score of 6.40. So Thomas takes that one, and Rutgers A5 will move on. Please make sure that you're following the bracket. So Rutgers A5 will move on to face MIT A1 in match 111. Congratulations to all four of you. Really great job. I've really enjoyed watching you compete in your different spaces. Congrats, Rutgers A5. You are moving on. So here's a little snapshot of that bracket. Again, Rutgers will move up to match 111 against MIT A1, and match 102 will be next. Cornell A4 versus Dartmouth A2. All right, here is that match number 102, Cornell A4. We have Neil Stillen versus Benjamin Carrasco from Dartmouth A2. Then we have Nerl Yun versus Ryan Dudak. And then also on the red team, Dartmouth A2, we have Arturo Serrano Borrere. And like Master Cheung mentioned, we will let all three of the red team compete their forms, even though it's against a two-person, regardless of the results.
Juliet. Kinye. 준비. 시작. Burrow. Sure. Thank you.
That was Neil Stillen from Cornell's A4 team. Has a really great setup there in the kitchen. I saw some tape down on the line so that he stayed in the screen. We definitely appreciate that. Neil is part of the class of 2024 studying physics. One of his favorite classes is German digital media. Least favorite class is matrix groups. And again, this is Cornell A4 versus Dartmouth A2.
Juliet. kinye. 준비. 시작.
Please hold competitor. Please hold competitor.
Burrow. Burrow. Take a deep breath, reset.
Excuse me, where are we supposed to get our score?
Here's the score for Neil Sillen, Cornell A4 team. He gets a 6.10.
Juliet. Kinye. 준비. 시작. Burrow. Sure. Thank you.
That was Benjamin Carrasco from Dartmouth's A2 team. Benjamin is part of the class of 2024. He's majoring in chemistry. His favorite class is science, least favorite class is writing. And again, this is match 102, Cornell A4 versus Dartmouth A2. This is Benjamin Carrasco from Dartmouth, just got a 2.0 for accuracy in this Paul Cheung. Again, we're just starting out today's Poomsae. We're in the round of 32. Ben gets a 5.50. So this first round goes to Cornell, to Neil with a 6.1 over 5.50. And our next matchup is Nerl Yun from Cornell versus Ryan Dudak from Dartmouth.
Juliet. Kinye. 준비. 시작. Burrow. Sure. Thank you.
That was Nerl Yun from Cornell's A4 team. accuracy coming in of a 2.83. Presentation 4.03, big score here. Paul Jeong a 6.87 for Nerl Yun from Cornell's A4. So now we throw it over to Dartmouth A2. And let's see if they can beat that 6.87.
Juliet. Continue. 준비. 시작. Borrow. Sure. Thank you.
That was Ryan Dudak from Dartmouth's A2 team. Ryan is part of the class of 2024 at Dartmouth studying cognitive science or computer science. You've still got some time to decide, no worries. Getting a 2.03 on accuracy. One of her favorite classes is problem solving via object-oriented programming, which is a CS10 class. She just got a 5.57 on her Paul Jeong, which I don't think is high enough. So Cornell will also take that round Nerl Yun with that massive 6.87. So Cornell A4 will move on, but I believe that we will still have Arturo Serrano Borrere do his Poomsae.
Juliet. Continue. 준비. 시작. Borrow. Sure. Thank you.
That was Arturo Serrano Borrere from Dartmouth's A2 to finish out that match 102, Cornell A4 versus Dartmouth A2. Cornell A4 will be moving on, and I am checking the comment section here, and Cornell fight team, ha! Cornell fight team, ha! Cornell fight team, ha ha ha! All right, if you guys, it's been a while since I've competed at an ECTC tournament. This is Miyako Yerrick. I was part of Columbia's team from 2008 to 2012. So share those team cheers. I want to hear you guys cheering on your teammates. Arturo gets a 6.20, a very nice score. And that rounds out match 102. So moving on, we have Cornell A4 will move to match 112. Will be later in the day. Match 103 will be West Point A1 versus Rutgers A2. All right, here we go. We have West Point A1's team, Jewoong Jeong, Justin Marr, and Esther Kang versus Rutgers A2, Bailey Ung, Esha Pagdal, and Kylie Liu. So we have two full teams here, 3 people on both West Point's A1 and Rutgers' A2. Again, this is match 103. Whoever wins this will go on to compete against that Cornell A4 team that we just saw.
Trent? Kinye? 준비. 시작. Burrow. Sure. Thank you.
That was Jewoong Jeong from West Point. He is part of the class of 2024, undecided on his major. Maybe he will tell us a little bit about himself throughout the day. Here I have some info. When we asked what your favorite class is, he said boiled vegetables. So maybe he will work a little harder on answering our questions, and that will help him decide his major. But he just got a massive 7.50. Multiple time national team member there, Jewoong Jeong, part of West Point's A1, 7.5. And now we throw it to Rutgers' A2.
Trent? kinye? 준비. 시작. Burrow. Sure. Thank you.
That was Bailey Eng from Rutgers' A2 team. Bailey is part of the class of 2024, studying music and oboe performance. He just got a 2.67 on accuracy. And a total of 6.8 for this Paljong. A very, very good score. Nice competitive matchup here between our West Point and Rutgers team. But this round goes to blue, to Jewoong Jeong of West Point's A1. We now go to our second matchup of this match 103, West Point A1. We could highlight West Point's camera. There we go.
그래? 진예. 준비. 시작. Borrere. Sure. Thank you.
That was Justin Marr from West Point's A1 team. Justin is part of the class of 2024 at West Point studying computer science. His favorite class, oh, I just lost all my notes. There we go. His favorite class is physical geography. Least favorite is psychology. He just performed Paljong, getting a 6.63. So again, a nice high score here for West Point in the second of the three, and we'll now throw it over to Rutgers's A2. Again, the score to beat here is a 6.63.
그래? 진예. 준비. 시작. Borrere. Sure. Thank you.
That was Esha Pogdal from Rutgers' A2 team. Esha is part of the class of 2024, studying cell biology and neuroscience. She just got a 2.10 on accuracy. Total score here of a 5.90 for Esha for this Paljong. Let's take a look at that matchup. This round also goes to West Point. So we have now 2 to West Point, Rutgers 0, but there's still one more round, which we will have. Esther Kang versus Kylie Liu.
그래? 진예. 준비. 시작. Borrow. Sure. Thank you.
That was Esther Kang from West Point. Esther is part of the class of 2022 studying data science. She likes to doodle and play her ukulele, and in her spare time, she also likes baking peanut butter cookies. Getting a score here of 6.60 on Paul Cheung. So another nice high mid sixes score for West Point's A1, and we'll turn now to Rutgers.
Juliet. Kinye. 준비. 시작. Borrow. Sure. Thank you.
That was Kylie Liu from Rutgers' A2 team. Kylie is part of the Rutgers class of 2022 studying chemical engineering. This is one of the coolest facts I've ever heard of. She used to work at a sushi restaurant, and there is a sushi roll named after her there. So I think the entire Rutgers team, when we can travel and go back to campus, needs to go have that sushi roll for Kylie. We just got a 6.20, so a close score here in this last matchup between the West Point A1 and Rutgers A2 team. The scores will not show here because we had the first two already go, but that round goes to Esther Kang from West Point. That was match 103. So West Point A1 moving on. They will go against Cornell A4 in match 112. Our next matchup of the day will be 104, which is MIT A4 versus West Point A4. We'll take just a moment here to get set up. All right, so we shifted down in the bracket a little bit. We're moving on to match 104. Again, that's going to be MIT A4 versus West Point A4. After that will be match 105, Vermont A1 versus Rutgers A3. And that will finish out the left side of our bracket of the round of 32. Again, this is ring 1 for A-Team Poomsae at the ECTC 2020 Fall Online Poomsae Tournament. My name is Miyako Yerk. I'm your commentator today for ring 1. Very excited to have this online tournament for ECTC with this great fun team format. Just like sparring, now Poomsae athletes get to go head to head in a battle of the best black belt Poomsae. All right, and I think we are ready to now get back to the action. Round 32. We're up to match number 104. MIT A4 versus West Point A4. We have two-person teams here. MIT A4 is Dana Hua and Renee Silva. From West Point A4, we have Isabel Penales and Phil Simonet.
Chip, Kunye. 준비. 시작. Bro. Що? Kunye.
That was Dana Hua from MIT. Dana is part of the class of 2024, studying computation and cognition. Her favorite class so far is Intro to Neuroscience. Least favorite is Physics. Dana just got a 2.43 in accuracy, 3.7 presentation for a nice score of a 6.13 for Paljong. That was Dana Hua from MIT's A4 team. I just got a message here that says West Point A4 is not present today. If there is a West Point team in this Zoom, can we just confirm that that's true? A4 for West Point is not competing right now against MIT A4? One moment, everyone. We're just confirming for the West Point A4 team.
They have to. That's the only way that makes sense.
Ma'am, West Point 4 is on soft quarantine. They won't be able to compete today.
Perfect. Thank you so much for confirming that. All right. So this match 104 will go to MIT PA4. We just saw Dana Hua. We got her score. Isabel and Phil from West Point A4 are not present. But I believe that we still want to give the opportunity to Renee Silva to perform her Poomsae.
차렷! 그녀! 준비! 시작! 브로! 쇼! 체크니!
That was Renee Silva from MIT's A4 team. Renee and Dana are part of this MIT A4 team, and they are getting lots of love on our live stream. All the teammates cheering you on: Peter Tran, Elizabeth Zoe, Jonathan Park, Andy Lambert. So really great job to this MIT team. Accuracy coming in for Renee of 2.37, presentation 3.67, total score of 6.03. So congrats to Renee and Dana for this MIT team. Again, they will move on to compete against Michigan A1 in match number 113. So again, MIT A4 moving on. That was match 104. So MIT moving on to Michigan A1 match 113. Please come back later in the day. Up next, we have match 105, which will be Vermont A1 versus Rutgers A3. All right, up next we have match 105, Vermont A1 and Rutgers A3. Vermont A1 has a full team of Emma Murphy, Katie Newharth, and Jared Benson. Rutgers' A3 is Malin Horchler, Amy Bach, and Gregory Scottco. So we'll have these two teams going head to head in just a moment. Match 105. All right, here are those matchups. Emma versus Malin, Katie versus Amy, and Jared versus Gregory. Up first will be Emma from Vermont.
차렷. 그녀의 준비. 시작. 브라워. 쇼. 그녀의
That was Emma Murphy from Vermont. Again, this is match 105, Vermont A1 versus Rutgers A3. Emma getting a 2.23 for accuracy. Total score here of 5.80. And we now go to Rutgers. Score to beat is a 5.8.
차렷. 그녀의 준비. 시작. 브라워. 쇼. 차렷. 그녀의
That was Malin Horchler from Rutgers A3. Malin is part of the class of 2023, currently undecided. Her favorite class is Chinese. Least favorite, she says, IDK, I like them all. Great approach to school. 5.93 for that Paul Jung. Very close score there between Vermont A1, Rutgers A3, just barely going to Malin with that 5.93 by a 0.13 margin. And on to our next matchup here, Katie versus Amy.
차렷. 그녀의 준비. 시작. 브라워. 쇼. Check.
That was Katie Newharth from Vermont's A1 team. She got a 2.73 for accuracy. Reminder that first matchup between this Vermont A1 team and Rutgers A3 team went to Rutgers. So here, Katie putting up a big 6.43. And to Rutgers now, score to beat is a 6.43.
Check. 준비. 시작. Bro. Sure. Check.
That was Amy Bach from Rutgers. Just for performed Paul Jong getting an accuracy of 2.47. Reminder that the score to beat that Vermont put up is a 6.43. So let's see if Rutgers can make this 2 for 2 here. A 6.27. So just a little bit lower than that Vermont A 6.43. So this one goes to blue. So we now have a 1-1, and it's all going to come down to this last matchup, Jared Benson versus Gregory Skatko.
Check. 준비. 시작. Bro. Sure. Check.
That was Jared Benson from Vermont. Again, we have a tie here. It's 1-1 for Vermont A1 versus Rutgers A3. It's all down to this last Poomsae. Jared getting a 1.87 in accuracy, total score of 5.23. Over to Rutgers, score to beat is a 5.23.
Check. 준비. 시작. Bro. Sh. Check. Can you aim?
That was Greg Skatko of Rutgers, Team A3, class of 2022, studying mechanical engineering. And again, this is the last matchup here between this Vermont A1 and Rutgers A3 team, a score of 5.97. So that score takes it for Rutgers. Rutgers wins matches 1 and 3 here. So Rutgers A3 will move on and go against Cornell A4 in match 1-1-4. Congratulations. Again, that was the round of 32 on the left side of the bracket. Congratulations to everyone who's gone so far, especially those moving on. Reminder that we are ahead of schedule. So ring 1, we're crushing it. And matches 106 to 110. If you could report to ring 1 by 12:20, we will be aiming to start at 12:30. So again, matches 106 to 110. Report here to ring 1 in your Zoom room by 12:20. We will be starting at 12:30. Congratulations to everyone moving on. Again, this is ring 1 for the 2020 Fall ECTC Live online tournament, and we will be back with you just before 12:30. All right, ring one. We are ready to get started with our next set of matches. Before we do that, we're going to show you the bracket. We are on to 106, so we're actually in the top right corner of the bracket. While we get that all set up, I'll tell you about another one of our wonderful referees today. We have Stephanie Imhoff from Ames. She enjoys reading, Olympic weightlifting, crafts, and singing, and said the first time she refereed at nationals was 2019 and loved meeting people from all over the world. So thank you so much, Stephanie. We are so glad to have you here today at the 2020 Fall Online ECTC Poomsae Tournament. We're going to be starting now with match number 106. 106 will be Dartmouth A1 versus Cornell A5. We are on 106. All right, here we go. So bracket, Dartmouth A1, Cornell A5. Match 106, we have a three-person team from Dartmouth, John, Caitlin, and Ryan, versus Cornell A5, two-person team, Lexi and Divya. Up first, we'll have John versus Lexi.
Competitor, Chet, Hune, Tumbi, Dijat. Borrow. Shook. Thank you, sir.
That was John Quinsley from Dartmouth's A1 team. John is part of the class of 2021, so graduating soon, majoring in English. Says his favorite class is creative writing, least favorite math. And he just got a 2.53 accuracy. We are still in the round of 32, and he got a 6.47. So nice opening score there, mid sixes. And now we'll go over to Cornell A5. Score to beat is a 6.47.
Competitor, Chet, Hune, Jumbi, Sijat. Borrow. Chet, Hune. Thank you, ma'am.
That was Lexi Jaster from Cornell's A5 team. Lexi is also part of the class of 2021, studying biomedical engineering. Her favorite class is molecular engineering or immunology, very relevant these days, and she just got a 5.8. So that first round will go to Dartmouth, John's 6.47. And our next matchup here is going to be Caitlin in blue versus Divya in red.
Competitor, 첫, 근행. 준비. 시작. 바로. 첫, 근행. Thank you.
That was Caitlin Kelly from Dartmouth's A1 team, performing there outside on a deck. It looks wet. It's raining where I am. So I just really want to commend everyone for finding space and competing in kitchens, outside, in classrooms, wherever you might be. Really great job, everyone. I'm really enjoying this tournament so far. Caitlin's getting a 2.47 on accuracy. Total score here of 6.3. So nice, again, high score for Dartmouth. And we will turn now to Cornell's A5 team. The second person score to beat is a 6.3.
Competitor, 첫, 근행. 준비. 시작. 바로. 첫, 근행. Thank you.
That was Divya Iyer from Cornell's A5 team. Again, we just saw Dartmouth put up a score of 6.3. So that is the score that Divya will have to beat here. Accuracy coming in of a 2.0. Divya is part of the class of 2024, studying operations research and information engineering. And she gets a 5.5. So not quite enough to take over Dartmouth. So Dartmouth takes that round 1 and 2 here. And we will allow Ryan from Dartmouth A1 team to perform their Poomsae, and then Dartmouth will move on.
Competitor, 첫, 근행. 준비. 시작. 바로 shoot. Thank you.
That was Ryan from Dartmouth's A1 team. We will get the score here. Again, this was a 3-person team versus a 2-person Cornell A5 team. Dartmouth did take the first 2 rounds, so we're just getting a score here. This team will move on. Dartmouth will compete against Rutgers A1 in match 115. Here, getting a highest score so far of this matchup, a 6.50. Congratulations, all 3 ladies competing outside in the rain on that deck. So really great job, great fortitude competing in this weather. That was a very exciting matchup. Dartmouth A1 versus Cornell A5. Congratulations, Dartmouth A1. You are moving on. And up next, we're moving to match 107. We'll have West Point A2 versus Cornell A2. And I did hear in one of those last rounds, if you are watching the YouTube live, which we highly suggest, if you are about to compete, just turn the mute on the YouTube, or even better, pause the YouTube so that we don't get feedback when you're in the Zoom room. We'd really appreciate it. All right, here we have match 107, West Point A2, Chris Jin, Kevin Ruthmeyer, and Chris Ricciardi versus Cornell A2, Elena Piot, Terim and Dario Kikuchi Bernal. Full teams here, and our first matchup will be Chris versus Elena.
Competitor, shoot. Finish. 준비. 시작. 바로 shoot. Finish. Thank you, sir.
That was Chris Jin from West Point's A2 team. Chris is part of the class of 2022 at West Point studying political science. His favorite class right now is American politics. There's a lot of American politics going on right now, Chris, so I know you got a lot to study. He just got a 2.27 on accuracy. Waiting for that score to come in. Again, this is the West Point A2 versus Cornell A2 matchup. Chris getting a 6.03. So we'll now head over to Cornell. Score to beat is a 6.03.
Competitor, Chut, Kunig. 준비. 시작. 바로. 슛, 그래.
That was Elena from Cornell A2. We just saw West Point put up a 6.03. So that is going to be the score to beat here. We have two full teams, so 3-on-3. This is our first matchup. Elena getting an accuracy of 2.6. I love the tape on the floor. It really helps to make sure that you stay in camera. So a 6.67, a nice high score here for Elena. That first round now will go to Cornell A1. And up next, we have Kevin versus Taerim. Blue up first, West Point A2.
Competitor, Chut, Kunig. 준비. 시작. 바로. 슛, 그래. Thank you, sir.
That was Kevin Ruthmeyer from West Point's A2 team. Cornell took that first round with a score of 6.67. Let's see if Kevin here can win one for this West Point A2 team, getting an accuracy of 1.9. We'll just wait for that presentation to come through. I love this matchup. We have head-on-head Poomsae coming through. We're in the round of 32. Right now, we're working through match number 107. Kevin gets a 5.3. So we'll now go to Cornell and see the score to beat is a 5.3.
Competitor, Chut, Kunig. 준비. 시작. Borrow. Jet, connect. Thank you.
That was Taerim from Cornell's A2 team performing Paljong. West Point put up a 5.3, so that's the score to beat here for this second matchup of match 107. She just got a score of accuracy 2.63. Nice high score there. Again, accuracy is out of 4, presentation out of 10. Sorry, out of 6, total score of 10. And Taerim here gets a 6.57. So nice big score to match her teammate. And she will also take that round. So Cornell A2 will be moving on, but we have one more matchup here. Chris versus Dario. So let's see if Chris can pull one out for West Point.
Competitor, Jet, connect. 준비. 시작. 바로. jet, connect. Thank you, sir.
That was Chris Ricciardi from West Point's A2 team. Chris is part of the class of 2023 studying defense and strategic studies. Says his favorite class is history, Lace's favorite class is composition. I'm glad you like history. History is very important for defense and strategic studies, and I'm not saying that just because I'm a history major. Let's see, Chris here gets a 2.3 on accuracy. Again, this is West Point A2 versus Cornell A2. Chris gets and puts up a 5.93. And we'll go now to Cornell's A2.
Competitor, jet, connect. 준비. 시작. 바로. jet, connect. Thank you, sir.
That was Dario Kikuchi Bernal from Cornell's A2 team. Dario getting lots of love on the live stream there. Lots of comments coming through for this Cornell team. West Point's score here was a 5.93, so that's the score to beat to make it a solid 3.0. But regardless of what happens here, Cornell A2 will be moving on. So we're getting an accuracy of 2.63, total score 6.47. and Cornell will make it a sweep here, all three going to red. So this Cornell A2 team will move to match 116 against MIT's A2. And they had a bye, so that'll be later in the day. Make sure you come back and watch all of these matches. I'm really enjoying it. I have my coffee, I have my water, I'm hydrated. Make sure you stay hydrated, eat something if you're competing. I know it's hard throughout the day when you're competing, but we want to stay nice and energized so we can do the best Poomsae we can today. And we're going to move now to match 108, which is Cornell A3 versus Rutgers A4. Cornell A3 has a 3-person team. Rutgers A4 2-person team here. So Christine Lai, Adve Koran, and Rebecca Epstein on Cornell's A3 team versus Rutgers with Julia Hyman and Samantha Kravitz. So we'll get started with this first matchup, Christine versus Julia.
Competitor, Chip, Kune. 준비. 시작. Borrow. Chip, Kune. Thank you, ma'am.
That was Christine Lai from Cornell's A3 team. Cornell is blowing up the chats on the live stream. I love the support there. We just had the Cornell A2 team beat out West Point, and Chris Jin from West Point said, "Good job, Cornell A2. We'll get you guys next time." So we'll make sure that there is a next time. You guys can make sure come back, compete at the NCTA tournament. It's lots of fun. Here we go. Christine getting a 5.97 on this first form. And now we will head over to Rutgers. Score to beat is a 5.97.
Competitor, Chip, Kune. 준비. 시작. Borrow. Chip, Kune. Thank you, ma'am.
That was Julia from Rutgers' A4 team. Julia is part of the class of 2024 studying political science. She says her favorite class is international relations and least favorite class right now is current moral and social issues. And there are a lot of current moral and social issues going on in this country, Julia, so I'm sure it's a difficult class to be going through. Julia gets a 6.3 on her form. So she will take that round over Cornell A3. And we move now into the second one. So Julia, red team, Rutgers A4 taking that first win. On to our second matchup here, Adve versus Samantha.
Competitor, Chip. 그래. 준비. 시작. 바로. Jet, 그래. Thank you, sir.
That was Adve Karan from Cornell's A3 team. He's a part of Cornell's class of 2024 majoring in math. His favorite class is Ethics of AI Writing Seminar. That's another really interesting class as we head into this new tech world with IoT and AI. So Adve getting a 2.37 today, an accuracy total score of 6.27. Nice score there from Advi, and we'll go over to Rutgers, who has to beat a 6.27.
Competitor, Jet, 그래. 준비. 시작. 바로. Jet, 그래. Thank you.
That was Samantha Kravitz from Rutgers' A4 team. Samantha is part of Rutgers' class of 2023, studying biology. Her favorite class is physics lab. Least favorite class is general chemistry. And she just got a 2.3 on accuracy. This Rutgers A4 team is a two-person team. So let's see here, the score 5.9. And that will not be enough to beat Adve from Cornell. So Cornell will take this round because Rutgers only has a two-person team, but we will allow Rebecca Epstein here, the third member of this Cornell team, to perform her form.
Competitor, Jet, 그래. 준비. 시작. Borrow. Chut, Kune. Thank you, ma'am.
That was Rebecca Epstein from Cornell's A3 team. Rebecca is part of the class of 2021 and studying human biology, health, and society. I have all these facts here of the teams, and multiple Cornell team members have said that one of their favorite Taekwondo memories is going to McDonald's after tournaments. So I don't know if you guys are having parties on the bus on the way home with your McDonald's, but multiple of you mentioned that. So I'm sure there's a lot of team bonding happening on those tournament trips and in the bus. We're just waiting for Rebecca's score here. The judges are just going through some tech to make sure they can enter the score. I'll tell you a little bit more about Rebecca, who just went. Her favorite class is Anatomy and Physiology Lab. And outside of Taekwondo, she likes to do acrylic painting, running, hiking, and baking. And she gets a 2.47 for accuracy. This is the matchup between Cornell A3 and Rutgers A4. We're just getting a score here for Rebecca. This Cornell A3 team will move on, and they will match up against the winner of the next match in round 117. So here Rebecca gets a 6.27 total score. Very nice job. Same score actually as teammate Adve, both getting a 6.27. Congratulations, Cornell A3. You are moving on. That was match number 108. Up next, we have match 109, which is MIT A3 versus Princeton A1. All right, here we go. Two-person team versus two-person team. MIT has Claire Kim and Akila Saravanan versus Princeton A1 Joy Cho versus Cecilia Kim. Up first, we'll have Claire versus Joy.
Editor, Chut, Kune. 준비. 시작. Arrow. Chut, Kune. Thank you.
That was Claire Kim from MIT's A3 team. Claire is part of the class of 2023 at MIT studying chemical engineering. A fun fact about Claire, which she did not submit, but which I know, is that she owns a uniform that is short sleeves and shorts, which I have never seen before, and I think you should have competed in it today. She gets a 2.73 on accuracy. And again, this is match 109, MIT A3 versus Princeton A1. Claire with a 6.73. So that is the score to beat. And we go now to Princeton's A1. This is Joy Cho.
Competitor, Chip. Kune. 준비. 시작. Borrow. Chip. Kune. Thank you, ma'am.
That was Joy Cho from Princeton's A1 team. If you're watching the live stream, Joy is in Korea right now. And so she is competing at 3 a.m. So if you didn't hear a yell, it's because she didn't want to wake up her family. So great job to Joy competing all the way from Korea on this Princeton A1 team. She gets a 2.8 in accuracy. Joy is part of the class of 2023 at Princeton, and she just got a 6.9. So nice big score there, and she will take that round for Princeton. Joy Cho winning over Claire Kim. Up next, we have Akila versus Cecilia.
Competitor, Chip. Kune. 준비. 시작. Borrow. Chip. Kune. Thank you.
That was Akila Saravanan from MIT's A3 team. Akila is part of the class of 2023, studying aerospace engineering and computer science. She just got a score of 2.53, total score of 6.33. So a nice score here for this two-person MIT team against Princeton's A1 team. Again, this is a two-person versus two-person. The first round went to Princeton with that 6.9. Let's see if the second Princeton competitor can beat a 6.33 here for Akila. 6.33 is the score to beat.
Competitor, Chip. Kune. 준비. 시작. 바로 Chip, couldn't. Thank you.
That was Cecilia Kim from Princeton's A1 team. Cecilia is part of the class of 2023 studying chemistry. And she's also represented Canada on their national team. And I believe she's competed in the freestyle divisions as well as traditional Poomsae. We've seen her compete in our East or NCTA tournaments, I believe. So nice to see you, Cecilia. She gets a 2.87 accuracy. Wow, for a score here, 7.1. A new high, I think, for the recent matches here. So Cecilia will take that round. Both of these Princeton athletes won, so Princeton A1 will be moving on. But congrats to all four of these athletes. I thought it was a really great matchup. So Princeton A1 will move on, winning this match 109, and they will compete against Cornell A3, match 117 later today. All right, our next matchup. I don't know if you can hear, I have my pens going. I'm taking notes. I'm very invested already in all of these teams. All right, so up next we have match 110, Cortland A1 versus West Point A3. Gonna take a look at that bracket. Match 110, Cortland A1 is a two-person team. West Point also a two-person team, so we'll have another 2-on-2 matchup here for match number 110 in this ring 1 A teams for the ECTC 2020 Fall Online Poomsae Tournament. Cortland has Tyler Didolf and Michael Angelo versus West Point A3, Nathaniel Lumpkin and Ben Baruli. We'll start with Tyler versus Nathaniel.
처리할 경례 준비 시작 바로
That was Tyler from Cortland. This is match 110, Cortland A1 versus West Point A3. And I mentioned earlier, it is a 2-on-2 match off. Tyler here, the first competitor for Cortland. And we're getting some light smack talk here on the live stream. I'm just kidding, everybody's very positive. We're getting a lot of cheering for Cortland and for West Point here. So Tyler getting a 6.60 on this first form. That is the score to beat West Point, a 6.6.
처리할 경례 준비 시작 바로
That was Nathaniel Lumpkin from the U.S. Military Academy at West Point. He's a part of this West Point A3 team. His favorite class is MA 103, and his least favorite class is CY 105, which is not terribly helpful for us who are not at West Point to know what those classes are. So next time, if you're submitting facts, make sure that we can all understand what your favorite class is. And here we go. Nathaniel gets a 5.60. The score to beat from Cortland was a 6.6. So Tyler will take this round for Cortland. But we have one more matchup here. We have Michael versus Ben to decide who will move on. Michael of Cortland is up first.
차렷. 준비. I'm sorry again. Sorry about that. 준비. 시작. 바로. 차렷. 경례. Thank you.
That was Michael Angelo from Cortland's PA1 team. Mike getting lots of support here on the live stream. Again, this is a 2-on-2 matchup here between Cortland A1 and West Point A1. Cortland took the first match with a big score of 6.6, but comes down to this matchup here between Michael and his competitor at West Point, Ben. So Mike here getting a 5.53. That's going to be the score to beat, and then we'll have to see what happens after Ben does his form.
차렷. 경례. 준비. 시작. 바로. 차렷. 경례. Thank you.
That was Ben Beruli from West Point's A3 team. Ben is part of the class of 2023 studying psychology. favorite class is psychology. And outside of Taekwondo, he likes climbing and gaming. So here we go. Ben gets a score of 1.77 on accuracy. Waiting on that presentation. Reminder, Cortland got a 5.53. So that's the score Ben needs to take this round. 5.17. So not quite enough for Ben. And Cortland, A1, will take this round. So Tyler and Michael, you guys will be moving on. This is match 110. So you'll move on to compete against Northeastern A1, who had a bye in match 118, which will be later today. Again, that was Cortland A1 moving on. And that is through match 110 here for ring 1 of this ECTC 2020 Fall Online Poomsae Tournament. Ring 1 will now be going on to break for almost an hour. We are just very ahead of schedule here. So this A team is really crushing it. Report times for round of 16, the next batch, you'll start report at 2:20. So right now, Eastern time, it's 1:20. Get some lunch, have a snack, watch some football. The Packers are playing, just saying. So we'll be back here at 2:20. Come back in an hour. We got more Poomsae for you for this A-Team Poomsae bracket here of the ECTC 2020 Fall Online Poomsae Tournament. We will be back. See you soon. Welcome back, everyone, to Ring A1. I'm not sure which ring we are, but we're the first one, and we have all of the A teams for Poomsae. We are also the best ring, if I may say so myself. My name is Miyako Yerrick, and I am your commentator today for Ring 1. I would like to just quickly reintroduce our referees for this ring today for Ring 1. We have Jim Harp, Stephanie Imhoff, Twa Win, Richard Poole, Rachel Siegel, David Turgeon, and Carolyn Inne Park. All of these referees have been with us all day. They're rotating in and out. This is a really special opportunity for all of the athletes because we have 7 referees in the ring. So we really do get quite a great experience here. These referees include masters, we have grandmasters. They're from all over the country. Normally for ECTC, we just get referees from the East Coast and maybe some from Canada, but because we are online here for the first time, we're able to have referees like Twa Win, who is coming to us from Seattle, Washington. She is a world champion and multiple time world medalist in Poomsae in individual pairs and team. So we're really lucky to have these referees here with us, spending their time with us on this rainy day here on the East Coast. So thank you again to all of our wonderful referees here in Ring 1 in this ECTC Fall 2020 online tournament. All right, as we're getting ready to start here again today, we're moving to the round of 16 now. Our first match here as we get restarted is going to be match number 111. This is going to be MIT A1 versus Rutgers A5. MIT A1 has 3 athletes here, Kevin Jeong, Elizabeth Zhou, and Karen Rial, versus Rutgers A5, who advanced over Northeastern to make it here to this round of 16, Sherwood Lennon and Thomas Louis. After that, we will have many more matches today in the round of 16, and then we have quarters. All of those rounds are going to be performing Paljang. So we still have lots of Paljang to go. This is also going to be a really great resource. So after you are done competing and maybe you saw your score and you want to improve, you can go back and you can watch some of the other teams. You can watch yourself, see the scores, and then maybe see some things that you can improve on. So I think that this will be a really great resource for all of the ECTC athletes to go back, see how you did, try and improve for the next tournament. All right, we're just continuing to get set up here on our side. We're almost ready to get going. Again, this is Ring 1. We have the A teams. If you're just joining us, we have this great setup here of Team Poomsae on Team Poomsae, but it's a head-on-head match. So this MIT A1 group has 3 athletes versus Rutgers A5, only 2 athletes. You need to win 2 of the rounds to advance for this 3-on-2 matchup.
Juliet, 준비, 준비, 시작.
짠!
브로, 주리엣, 경례. Thank you.
That was Kevin Jeong from MIT's A1 team. Kevin, I believe, is a second year at MIT. And in his spare time outside of Taekwondo, one of the clubs that he's involved with is the poker club. So if you see Kevin, do not play him at poker because I hear he's quite good, as he is good at Poomsae, just getting a 3.2 in accuracy. Total score here of 7.57. It's a really nice high score, one of our high scores of the day so far for this ring. So a 7.57 is the score to beat as we head over to Rutgers, and we have Sherwood Lennon.
주렷. 경례. 준비. 시작. 브로. 주렷. 경례. Thank you, sir.
That was Sherwood Lennon from Rutgers, team A5. Here in this round of 16, Sherwood is from Rutgers University and is the oldest of 6 siblings. If we can mute the YouTube live stream, please. We're getting a bit of an echo. And Sherwood takes a 5.97 for his Paljong. So that first round will go to MIT's Kevin Jeong with that 7.57. Up next, we have Elizabeth versus Thomas.
주렷. 경례. 준비. 시작. 브로. 주렷. 경례. Thank you, ma'am.
That was Elizabeth Zhou from MIT, class of 2022. She is studying computer science and mathematics, and she is part of this MIT A1 team. They just won the first round against Rutgers A5. We'll see what Elizabeth's score will be. Her favorite class at school is Performance Engineering of Software Systems, and she gets a 3.03 in accuracy. It's nice, you can see here there are 5 judges' scores. We drop the high and the low, average those middle 3. So Elizabeth's score here of a 7.23. Another high score here in the 7s, always very competitive. And we go now to Rutgers. The score to beat is a 7.23.
주리앗 경례 준비 시작 끌어 주리앗 경례 Thank you, sir.
That was Thomas Louis from Rutgers' A5 team. Thomas is a class of 2021 at Rutgers, and for some fun facts about him, he said shopping cart. So Rutgers team, if you're out there on the live stream, comment. I'm sure there's a story. Let us know what memory is behind this shopping cart. Thomas gets a 6.13, really good score for this Paljong, but not quite enough. That round also goes to MIT, to Elizabeth. So this MIT A1 team will advance, but we have a third competitor here. So let's see Karen Rial doing her Paljong.
주리앗 경례 준비 시작 끌어 주리앗 경례 Thank you, ma'am.
That was Karen Rial from MIT's A1 team. Karen is part of the class of 2023 at MIT, studies computer science and economics. Outside of Taekwondo, she enjoys dancing, running, petting dogs, and traveling. So I hope that you're able to do some dancing and running and have some dogs to pet at home out there in California, since we can't do any traveling right now. So I hope everybody's staying safe. Karen gets a 7.63, one of the highest scores of the tournament so far, I believe, at least in this ring. And again, this match 111 will go to MIT A1, and they will advance to the quarters and will be in match 119. So you have a bit of a break. And up next, we will have match 112, which is Cornell A4 versus West Point A1. All right, here we see Cornell A4 is a two-person team versus West Point A1, a three-person team. And we will start off with Neil versus Justin.
주리앗 경례. 준비. 시작. Bro. Juliet. 경례. Thank you, sir.
That was Neil Stillen from Cornell's A4 team. Fun fact about Neil, he just recently became a cat dad. I wish we could see said cat as part of the competition. We should have a cat off whose cats are cutest. Neil gets a 2.4 in accuracy for a score here of 6.07 to kick us off in this round. And it now goes to West Point.
Juliet. 경례. 준비. 시작. Bro. Juliet. 경례. Thank you, sir.
That was Justin Marr from West Point. Justin has some fun facts here outside of Taekwondo. He likes to watch Korean dramas and play video games. And he just got a 2.77 in accuracy. The score here to beat from Cornell is a 6.07. And he gets a big 6.77. So that first round here going to Team Red, Justin at West Point. Up next, we will have Nuri from Cornell versus Esther at West Point.
Juliet. 경례. 준비. 시작. Bro. Juliet. 경례. Thank you, ma'am.
That was Nerl Yun from Cornell's A4 team. This is match 112, Cornell A4 versus West Point A1. And we just saw Neri perform her Paljong, getting a 2.9 in accuracy for a total score of 6.87. So a nice high score here. And now we'll jump over to West Point's Esther Kang to see if she can win this round.
Juliet, Cheung, 준비, 시작. Borrere. Juliet, Cheung. Thank you, ma'am.
That was Esther on West Point's A1 team. She just performed Paljong. Cornell put up a score of 6.87, a nice high score there. That's what Esther's going to have to beat to win this round. And she gets a 6.87, so that is a tie. Let's go here. And it goes to Esther for a presentation of 4.03 over Neri with a 3.97. So congratulations to Esther. You take that round. West Point has now won 2 of those 3. So this team will advance, but we will still get to see Jewoong Jeong perform Paljong.
Juliet, Cheung. 준비, 시작.
차! 차!
Borrere. Juliet, Cheung. Thank you, sir.
That was Jewoong Jeong from West Point's A1 team. Jewoong, fun fact, already graduated from the University of Alabama in Huntsville, and he's now at West Point getting a second undergraduate degree. So when he finishes his time at West Point, he will have 2 bachelor's degrees. And he just got a 7.23. Really nice high score. And that will, of course, have the West Point A1 team advance. And so they will go up against MIT's A1 in match 119 in the quarterfinals. So that'll be a really fun and exciting round there to see who makes it into the semis. But before we can get there, we're still working our way down the round of 16. In match number 113, we have Michigan A1 versus MIT A4. In this match, 113, we have a 3-person team from Michigan, Alicia Wong, Jacqueline Lee, and Hyun Cho versus MIT A4, 2-person team of Dana Hua and Renee Silva. Up first, we'll have Alicia versus Dana.
Juliet, Kyungni. 준비. 시작. 바로. Juliet, Kyungni. Thank you, ma'am.
That was Ashley Wong from Michigan's A1 team. This is our first time seeing Michigan's A1 team because they had a bye in the round of 32. So this is our first Poomsae from Alicia. She gets a 2.8 in accuracy. Again, this is a 3-person team here from Michigan. Alicia puts up a 6.0, a very nice high score. And we will now move to MIT's A4 team, Dana.
Juliet, Kyungni. 준비. 시작. 바로. Juliet, Kyungni. Thank you, ma'am.
That was Dana from MIT's A4 team. Dana enjoys baking, reading, and crocheting. And she needs to beat a 6.8 from Michigan. She gets a 6.4, so not quite enough there. Michigan will take this first round, Alicia, with that 6.8. And in our second round here, we'll have Jacqueline versus Renee.
Juliet, Kyungni. 준비. 시작. 바로. Juliet, Kyungni. Thank you, ma'am.
That was Jacqueline Lee from Michigan's A1 team. Her teammate took the first round with a big score of 6.8. So let's see what Jacqueline gets here on her Poomsae. She gets a 2.27 on accuracy. For a total score here of 5.8. And we'll go now to MIT for their second performance.
Juliet, Hyun 준비, 시작. Pro. Juliet, Hyun Thank you, ma'am.
That was Renee Silva from MIT's A4 team. Renee enjoys watching DC and Marvel films, reading, and playing video games with her friends. She needs to beat a 5.8 to win this round against Michigan's A1 team. She gets a 2.47 in accuracy. And just waiting for the presentation to come through. Again, this is match 113, Michigan's A1 against MIT's A4 in the round of 16. Renee is the class of 2021 at MIT and is studying computer science. She gets a score of 6.23, and that is enough for her to take that round. So Renee wins that round, and we will have one last form by Hyun Cho as part of Michigan's A1 team.
Juliet, Hyun 준비, 시작. Pro. Juliet, Hyun Thank you, sir.
That was Hyun Cho of Michigan's A1 team in this round of 16, Michigan A1 against MIT A4. Michigan won the first round, MIT won the second, but Michigan here has that three-person team, so Hyun will take this round, and Michigan A1 will advance into the quarterfinals. So we'll just get this full score here for Hyun. He gets an accuracy of 2.80. for a total score here of 6.87. Very good score. So here we have, again, Michigan A1 will advance to the quarterfinals, and that will be match number 120. We have another match here coming up in the round of 16, number 114, which is Rutgers A3 versus Cornell A1. Rutgers A3 is a three-person team of Amy Bach, Malin Horschler, and Gregory Scottco. Cornell's A1 team, three-person team of Angela Jin, Haley Kim, and Wensi Wu. So our first matchup here of this round will be Amy versus Angela.
Juliet, Cheung Ne. 준비. 시작. Bro. Juliet, Cheung Ne. Thank you, ma'am.
That was Amy Bach from Rutgers' Team A3 here in this round of 16, match number 114. Amy is studying psychology and criminal justice with a minor in sport management. And some of her hobbies outside of Taekwondo are drawing, graphic design, reading, and procrastinating. And she gets a 6.5 on her Paljong. So we'll go now to Cornell's A1 team. We have Angela Jin.
Juliet, Cheung Ne. 준비. 시작. Bro. Juliet, Cheung Ne. Thank you, ma'am.
That was Angela Jin from Cornell's A1 team. We have two full teams here in this match number 114. Rutgers put up a score of 6.5. So Angela will have to beat that to take this round for Cornell. She gets a 2.8 in accuracy for a 6.73. So that first round will go to Cornell. Angela taking that first round. Up next, we'll have Malin versus Haley.
Juliet, Cheung Ne. 준비. 시작. 브로. 주리엣. 경례. Thank you, ma'am.
That was Malin Horschler from Rutgers' A3 team. Some favorite memories of Taekwondo for Malin are the bus rides and Applebee's. Many fun memories of tournaments seem to be related to food, which is perfectly understandable. Malin gets an accuracy score of 2.5 for a total score here of 6.27. So the score to beat Cornell is a 6.27.
주리엣. 경례. 준비. 시작. 브로. 주리엣. 경례. Thank you, ma'am.
That was Haley Kim from Cornell's A1 team. Haley's favorite memories of tournaments are going with the team and screaming and cheering so loudly that she loses her voice afterwards. And I know the Cornell team was hanging out on the live stream YouTube, and I had a lot of Cornell fight team. There we go, some more Cornell fight teams showing up here. For Haley, she gets a 3.0 on accuracy for a big score of 7.0. So Haley will also take that round for Cornell. Cornell now 2-4-2, and we'll still have this last round between Rutgers A3 and Cornell A1. Gregory versus Wensi.
주리엣. 경례. 준비. 시작. 불어. Juliet. 경례. Thank you, sir.
That was Gregory from Rutgers' A3 team. Gregory is part of an engineering club at Rutgers where they design and race with a formula car, which is super cool. And he's also part of the Rutgers University Filipino Martial Arts Club. He just performed Paul Jeong here in this round of 16, getting a 2.5 on accuracy. For a total score of 6.13. So that rounds out the 3 rounds for this Rutgers A3 team. And we will now have Cornell. Wensi Wu will need to beat a 6.13 to win this round.
Juliet. 경례. 준비. 시작. 불어. Juliet. 경례. Thank you.
That was Wensi Wu from Cornell's A1 team. The last performance here for this match number 114. Cornell took the first 2 rounds, and Wensi here needs to beat a 6.13 to make this a clean sweep, getting a 2.9 in accuracy. For a combined score of 6.77. So taking that round by about a 0.6, all 3 rounds here go to Cornell's A1 team. That was match number 114. Cornell A1 will advance to the quarters where they will face Michigan A1 in match number 120. So at this point, we're going to take a quick break, and the next set of matches, which are, I'm looking at my schedule here, matches 115 to 118 will report to the ring at 3:20. It is now 3:15, so you get about a 5-minute break, and then we'll be switching over to the other side of the bracket to keep moving through this round of 16. We'll see you back here very shortly. This is Ring 1 of the ECTC 2020 Fall Online Poomsae Tournament. We have the A-Team Poomsae groups here competing. We're going to be going through the rest of the round of 16 in just a couple of minutes. My name is Miyako Yerrick, and I will be back with you very shortly. All right, everyone, welcome back to Ring 1 of the ECTC 2020 Fall Online Poomsae Tournament. This is the A-Team Poomsae bracket, and we are now into the second half of the round of 16. We're going to go ahead and get started with match number 115, which is Rutgers A1 versus Dartmouth A1. And we are cruising through this bracket today. I hope you all are enjoying this and hopefully a little bit nervous. Having a live tournament always really puts the pressure on. So here we go with Rutgers A1 versus Dartmouth A1. We have two full teams here. Rutgers Jewoong Lee, Abraham Cheung, and Sylvia So versus Dartmouth A1 Reen John Quinsley, and Caitlin Kelly. Our first matchup will be Jewoong versus Rin.
Cheung. Cheung. 준비. 시작. 바로. Cheung. Cheung. Thank you.
That was Jewoong Lee from Rutgers Team A1 here in this round of 16. This is the first time that we've gotten to see the Rutgers A1 team as they had a bye in the round of 32. So Jewoong Lee is a student at Rutgers, class of 2022, where he is studying sport management. And he just got a 3.13 for accuracy. And this team will be going up against Dartmouth's A1. Jewoong putting up a massive score here, 7.33. So it will now be up to Dartmouth to beat that score to win this round.
Cheung. Cheung. 준비. 시작. 바로. Cheung. Cheung. Thank you.
That was Rin from Dartmouth's A1 team. If you are watching the live stream and you are match 116 through 118, please report to the Zoom room now. We are checking you guys in for the rest of this round of 16. We're in here getting a 2.57 for accuracy. Remember, Rutgers put up a score of 7.33. That's the score she needs to beat here to win this round. She gets a 6.43. So not quite enough this time. That round goes to blue, the Rutgers A1 team member, Jewoong Lee. And next we will have Abraham versus John.
Juliet. Kyungin. 준비. 시작. 바로. Juliet. Kyungin. Thank you.
That was Abraham Cheung from Rutgers A1 team. Abraham is part of the class of 2021 at Rutgers and is majoring in exercise science. His favorite class is systems physiology. He just performed Paljong and got a 2.83 for accuracy. This is the second matchup here of the Rutgers A1 versus Dartmouth A1 matchup of match 115. And Abraham, we'll just go ahead and check on that score here, and it will be a 6.77 total score for Abraham. And this will now go to Dartmouth. The score to beat is 6.77.
Juliet. Kyungin. 준비. 시작. 바로. Juliet. Kyungin. Thank you.
That was John Quensley from Dartmouth's A1 team. John is class of 2021 at Dartmouth studying English. And some fun facts is that he is a bartender, he speaks Arabic, and he makes jewelry. It's a wide variety of skill sets there. I feel like you're using all parts of your brain with those skills. And John gets a 2.67 on accuracy. The score he needs to beat from Rutgers is a 6.77 to win this round. He gets a 6.50. So again, not quite there, but very close round there. And it goes to Rutgers' Abraham Cheung with that 6.77. So Rutgers now taking the first 2 rounds, but we will still contest this last round between Sylvia and Caitlin.
Cheung it. 준비. 시작. 바로. Cheung it. Thank you.
That was Sylvia So from Rutgers' A1 team. Sylvia is part of the class of 2022 at Rutgers, and she is majoring in supply chain management, a very important topic in the world of trade wars and quarantines and shutdowns. And Sylvia here at our ECTC tournament gets a 3.07 for accuracy. Again, this is match number 115, and Sylvia takes a 7.07. Nice high score there, reaching into the 7s. We now come to Dartmouth to finish out this round, and the score to beat here is a 7.07.
Cheung it. 준비. 시작. 바로. Cheung it. Thank you.
That was Caitlin Kelly from Dartmouth's A1 team. They just finished out the 3 rounds against Rutgers' A1 team in this match number 115. This is the final round here between these 2 teams in the round of 16. We had Rutgers take the first 2 rounds, and Caitlin here needs to beat a 7.07 to try and win this round for her team. She gets a 2.57 on accuracy. And that whole Dartmouth team performing outside. Looks like it might have just rained, still wet out there. So great job to all of you guys. 6.27 for Caitlin. And that round will also go to Rutgers A1 team, who will advance. to the quarterfinals and will meet up against the winner of the next match in round 121. To see who will go against Rutgers, we will have match 116, which is Cornell A2 versus MIT A2. Here we have, again, two full teams here. Cornell A2's team of Dario Bernal, Elena Peot, and Taerim versus MIT's A2, Sam Kim, Peter Tran, and Joy Zhang. Our first matchup will be Dario versus Sam.
Cheung. Cheung. 준비. 시작. Hello. Cheung. Cheung. Thank you.
That was Dario Bernal from Cornell's A2 team. So then, exciting matchup we have here. Two full teams. Dario is part of the class of 2022 at Cornell, and one of his hobbies is playing the violin. And Dario is going to be going up against Sam Kim from MIT, who also plays the violin. So we're going to have a showdown of the violinists here. Dario pulls in a 6.57 for this first round. The score that Sam Kim will need to beat is a 6.57.
Cheung. Cheung. 준비. 시작. Hello. Cheung. Cheung. Thank you.
That was Sam Kim from MIT's A2 team. This is our first time seeing Sam. This team had a bye in the round of 32. So the score that Sam needs to beat here is that 6.57 from Dario. Sam is a fourth-year PhD student at MIT, one of the few PhD students that we have here competing today. And he is, do you say majoring if you're a PhD student? He is studying electrical engineering, and some of his hobbies outside of Taekwondo and violin, which I mentioned, although he plays jazz violin to separate himself from Dario earlier, He also enjoys hiking, tricking, and reading nonfiction. So we're just going to switch over this screen in a moment. We're having some technical difficulties on the side. Okay, so we have Sam Kim up now here. We'll get the judges to enter their scores in just a moment. Sam Kim also is from the ECTC League when he was in undergrad. I believe he went to Harvard. So continuing his legacy in ECTC here, competing in the MIT A2 team, getting a high accuracy of 2.97. Again, that score he needs to beat from Dario was a 6.57 to take this round. We have two full teams here, and he gets a 7.03, so a massive score here for Sam Kim, and he takes that first round for MIT. Our next matchup will be Elena versus Peter.
Cheung, Cheung, chuẩn bị, 시작.
Hey! Hey!
바로. Cheung, Cheung. Thank you.
That was Elena from Cornell's A2 team. We have two full teams here in this Cornell A2 versus MIT A2 showdown. MIT took that first round. Elena here trying to win one for her team. Gets an accuracy of 2.77. Nice solid accuracy. It's nice here. We can see all of those scores from our 5 judges. And she gets a score of 6.77. Nice, very high score here. And this will go over to MIT. The score to beat is a 6.77.
Whoops. All right. Cheung, Cheung. 준비. 시작. 빠! 빠! 바로. cheung, Cheung. Thank you.
That was Peter Tran from MIT's A2 team. Peter just recently graduated from MIT and is now back at MIT getting a master's degree. He's also rocking the quarantine hairstyle, getting a 2.6 here in accuracy. As a reminder, the score he needs to beat to win this round is a 6.77 from Cornell. And he gets a 6.43, good score, but not quite high enough. So this round will go to Elena of Cornell. So it's now a 1-1 matchup here in this Cornell A2 versus MIT A2 round. And it all comes down to this last round, Tae-rim versus Joy. And just as a heads up, we're going to be skipping after this round up to match number 118. We're going to come back to 117. There's a conflict. So if you are Cortland A1 or Northeastern A1, once we have this next round done, we will be coming to you. Match 118, you are next.
Cheung. Cheung. 준비. 시작. Hello. Cheung. Cheung. Thank you.
That was Tae-rim from Cornell's A2 team. Let's get some cheers going in the YouTube section because this is the last round. Cornell took the second round, MIT took the first round. So it all comes down to these next two scores. Tae-rim here getting a 2.8 in accuracy. Tae-rim outside of Taekwondo likes to do, or her favorite class is jazz piano. And she, in her spare time, does music production. So it's a very cool pastime. Lots of creativity from our Poomsae athletes. She puts up a 6.77 score here. So this is it, our final fight here, if you will, for this round. Match number 116 comes down to Joy Zhang of MIT's A2.
Cheung. Cheung. 준비. 시작. Hello. Cheung. Cheung. Thank you.
That was Joy Zhang from MIT's A2 team. Here are the last of these 6 Poomsae to determine who will win match 116 in this round of 16. Cornell A2 versus MIT A2. Cornell put up a 6.77. That's the score that Joy here needs to beat to win it all for MIT A2. and move on to the quarterfinals. She gets a 6.70, so close, just 0.07 of a point there. So this round will go to Cornell and they will take it 2-1. So this Cornell A2 team advances into the quarterfinals and they will meet up with Rutgers A1 match 121. Congratulations, well fought match there, Cornell A2, MIT A2. We will now be jumping ahead to match 118, like I mentioned. We will come back to 117, but for now, we will have Cortland A1 versus Northeastern A1. And here we can see that matchup. Cortland is a two-person team, Michael Angelo. Earlier, we had a comment in the YouTube live stream, had the score of 5 point something or 6 point something, but name gets an 8.0 for the score. And Tyler Didolf versus Northeastern A1 Joshua Kwok, Jesse Wang, and Jenna Sloda. Up first, we will have Michael versus Joshua.
Cheung, Cheung, 준비, 시작! 바로 Cheung, Cheung. Thank you.
That was Michael Angelo from Cortland's A1 team. Cortland here has a two-person team going up against Northeastern's A1 with 3 people. So Cortland will need to win both of these rounds. Michael starting us off strong here with Paul Jeong, accuracy of 2.20. Again, this is match number 118. We had a conflict with match 117, so we will be coming back to it. Michael here gets a score of 5.83. And we'll now throw it over to Northeastern's Joshua Kwok. The score to beat is 5.83.
Cheung, Cheung. 준비, 시작! 바로 Cheung, Cheung. Thank you.
That was Joshua Kwok from Northeastern's A1 team. This is our first time seeing the Northeastern A1 team. They had a bye in the round of 32. So let's get to know Joshua a little bit. He is in the class of 2022, and he is majoring in computer engineering and computer science. Here we have accuracy for Joshua coming in of a 2.50. Total score of 6.33. So that is enough for him to take this first round. So Northeastern gets the first win here to Joshua. And we'll start now our second round, Tyler versus Jesse.
Cheung it. Jimmy. Sisha. Hello. Cheung it. Thank you.
That was Tyler Didel from Cortland's A1 team. This is match number 118 in the round of 16 here at the ECTC Fall 2020 Online Poomsae Tournament. Tyler got an accuracy score of 2.73 for a total score of 6.67. Nice high score there. And we'll jump over to Northeastern to have Jessie Wong, and she will have to beat a score of 6.67.
Cheung it. Jimmy. Sisha. Hello. Cheung it. Thank you.
That was Jessie Wang from Northeastern's A1 team. Jessie is part of the class of 2024 and is studying business and design. Her favorite class is design history. Her least favorite class for now is international business. And she pulls out a score of 6.17. So that round will go to Cortland. Tyler won it with a 6.67 score. We will go ahead and let Jenna Sloda of Northeastern perform her Poomsae, and this round will then be finished.
Cheung it. Jimmy. 시작! 바로 주연 Cheung. Thank you.
That was Jenna Slota from Northeastern's A1 team. Jenna is the class of 2023 at Northeastern, and she is majoring in mechanical engineering. Her favorite class is exercise science. So far, least favorite is thermodynamics. And she got a 2.63 accuracy, 3.80 presentation for a combined score of 6.43. High score for her team in this round. And Northeastern will take those 2 rounds to advance into the quarterfinals. So we do have a slight conflict in time here with our match 117. So we're going to have to wait a few minutes for them to come into our ring. So everybody just hold tight. And what I can do is tell you a little bit about our referees. So I've introduced a couple of them, but let me tell you about some of the others. We have Richard Poole from Des Moines. And he was trying to get back into ice hockey before COVID hit. So unfortunately, he has to just stick with Taekwondo, I guess. And he said, is there really truly any life outside of Taekwondo? And the answer, of course, is no. Some fun memories he has about Taekwondo is watching his children grow from students to become black belts and then instructors. And both of his children have won the AAU Joel Farrell Award and are US Open weapons champions. And Richard also competes in Taekwondo. I believe he does board breaking and weapons, if I'm correct, remembering from another tournament. So great wealth of knowledge. And he says he may live in Iowa now, but is a native New Yorker. So thank you, Richard, for being with us. Another one of our lovely referees today in this ring is Rachel Siegel. She is from New Milford, Connecticut, and enjoys skiing and hiking in her spare time. Some fun memories she has of Taekwondo is that after a tournament at the UVM team had to drive home in a snowstorm, and it took twice as long to get home, but they ended up playing a bunch of card games and singing really loudly to music to get through the storm. And I know that a lot of the other teams have said some of their favorite memories of Taekwondo are traveling to the tournaments, cheering for your team until you lose your voice, eating at the McDonald's apparently is a thing, and trying to be safe and get home as a team. So that is Rachel Siegel. She also, I'm sorry, I have to continue with Rachel because she has a Maine Coon. And this cat's name is TC, which stands for the cat. I also have a Maine Coon, and she weighs about 15 or 16 pounds, and she is the queen of my house. So I think we should all send in pictures of our cats next time. Another one of our lovely referees today is Grandmaster David Turgeon, longtime knowledge master of Poomsae wisdom in Connecticut. He was calling out some of our commands today, so thank you, sir, so much for being here. He's also a longtime representative, coach for the national Poomsae team. So he is just a wealth of knowledge that we're very lucky to have here at ECTC. He would have been traveling to Denmark back in May if COVID hadn't hit to travel with the national team to the World Championships. And he is very upset that it got canceled, of course, for Poomsae reasons, but also because he wanted to go to the Lego museum. So that's just some of our referees today. We have a couple more, hopefully we can introduce as the day goes on. This is just a reminder, we are ring 1 in this A-team Poomsae bracket. We are waiting on match number 117 to finish out this round of 16. And then we'll move on. We still have quarters and semis and finals to go. I hope that everyone is enjoying this tournament. Go ahead and cheer on your teammates. Share the link to the live stream. I'm enjoying seeing all of the comments. Everybody's being so positive, and that's one of the really great things about the ECTC League is that you're really supporting each other, and I love seeing all the cheers. So thanks everyone for being here today, sharing that link, cheering on your teammates. And I think we are now ready to go with match number 117. So to finish out our round of 16 here, we have Cornell A3 versus Princeton A1. So Cornell's team, we have Christine Lai, Rebecca Epstein, and Adve Kuran versus Princeton's A1 of Cecilia Kim and Joy Cho. Our first matchup, if we're ready to go here, is going to be Christine versus Cecilia.
Juliet. Cheung. Jimmy. Sisha. Hello. Juliet. Cheung. Thank you.
That was Christine Lai from Cornell's A3 team. Christine is a graduate student at Cornell studying mechanical engineering. Another one of these Cornell athletes that likes eating McDonald's after tournaments. This is match 117, Cornell A3 versus Princeton A1. Give us just one moment. All right, I think we are going to have Christine Lai redo that performance. If we can make sure that all of the other devices, if you're using Wi-Fi, if you're not, maybe try and switch over to a hotspot. Just make sure that the signal is a little bit stronger. It's a little bit blurry, so we can't tell the accuracy of your Poomsae. So we'll just give you a second there to try and switch it over to get a clearer quality for the video. Thank you everyone for bearing with us. We're just going through some of the technical difficulties that happen with online tournaments, but I think it is worth it to make sure that we can compete live, where you can watch all of your competitors going in real time. It really makes a difference, puts the pressure on. So we're just going to wait a second for Cornell's team to work on their connection. All right, looks like we are back with Cornell's team here.
The internet's being pretty glitchy still. We're still working on it.
So while Cornell's working on their internet, we're just going to show you this matchup again. This is the last match for the round of 16. It's Cornell's A3 team here of Christine Lai, Rebecca Epstein, and Advait Horan versus Princeton's A1 team of Cecilia Kim versus Joy Cho. While we're just waiting for some connection, I'll go ahead and plug the NCTA tournament, which is going to be in 2 weeks on November 14th, a Saturday. And it will be a collegiate tournament. So this is great practice. It'll be an individual tournament. So you don't need a team to compete. You can compete by yourself for your school. I think it'll be a really great experience. And you can use that to help your club fight for funding from your school or whatever it might be by saying that your team placed in a national championships tournament online, while many sports are unable to have any practices of any kind. So I think that this is a really great opportunity. Good practice warm up here today at this ECTC tournament, but do check out the NCTA live championships that we will be having in 2 weeks on November 14th. That registration is live now, so you can already sign up and register. It's just $25. So it's one of the cheapest tournaments that you'll have online. Great experience. Many of the same TC members who are running this tournament. So it should be a pretty flawless event. We're very much looking forward to it. And I think that Cornell's connection is looking pretty good now. So we might be able to redo that form. So we're going to restart this match 117 here. Christine Lai for Cornell A3 is up.
Cheung Cheung 준비 시작. 바로 셋 장애. Thank you.
That was Christine Lai. Thank you guys for taking the time to work on that connection. Scores coming in now for accuracy of a 2.50. in this match number 117, Cornell A3 versus Princeton A1. Christine Lai opening us up here for Cornell, getting a score of 6.20.
Juliet. Cheung. Jimmy. Shut. Hello. Juliet. Cheung. Thank you.
That was Cecilia Kim from Princeton's A1 team. Cecilia is studying chemistry and she likes to hike and read. One of her favorite Taekwondo tournaments was helping organize the Princeton tournament. And she's also repping the Canada team, where she has represented the national team, I believe, in a freestyle tournament. So here she's getting an accuracy of 3.03, presentation 403, total 707. Nice high score, and she will take that round. Princeton has a two-person team here, so they both have to win in order to advance. They did it to get out of the round of 32. Let's see here if Joy Cho can also win, but at first we must have Rebecca Epstein from Cornell, A3.
Juliet. Cheung. Jimmy. Shut. Hello. Juliet. Cheung. Thank you.
That was Rebecca Epstein from Cornell's A3 team. Rebecca is the class of 2021 at Cornell. And she says one of her favorite Taekwondo memories is dressing up as dominoes with the other Taekwondo sophomores in 2018. And I'm assuming here that this is the game Domino's. Of course, the first thing I thought of was Domino's Pizza, but that's probably not right. Rebecca gets a score of 6.07 here. And we'll now throw it over to Princeton's A1.
Juliet. Cheung. Jimmy. 시작. 바로 Juliet, Cheung. Thank you.
That was Joy Cho from Princeton's PA1 team. Joy is currently competing at this tournament all the way from Korea. I don't know what time it is there, but it's something like, 5 a.m. or something. So her key-ups are a little quiet so she doesn't wake up her family. Joy is also studying computer science or molecular bio, and her favorite class right now is social psych. She needs to beat a score of 6.07 to help her two-person team advance to quarters. Let's see if she can do it here. An accuracy of 2.83 and a big score of 6.87. So congratulations to this Princeton A1 team. This two-person team will advance to the quarters, but before we go there, we have one more final competitor in this Cornell A3 team here. Let's see, Adve Kuran.
Juliet, Cheung. 준비. 시작. Hello. Juliet, Cheung. Thank you.
That was Adve Kuran from Cornell's A3 team. In his spare time, he enjoys snowboarding and spending time with his teammates at tournaments back home. Here we're getting an accuracy score of 2.53. This is our last round here of the round of 16. Adve gets a score of 6.27 for his Cornell team. And Princeton A1 will take this round and move on to face Northeastern A1 at match 122 in the quarters. We're now done with our round of 16 and we'll be going right into the quarters in just a couple of minutes. We'll take just a short break to get all set up for the quarterfinal round. And then we will have matches 119 through 122. Those 4 quarter rounds will be up next. We'll be back in just a couple short minutes. Again, this is Ring 1's A-Team Poomsae bracket. This is the ECTC 2020 Fall Online Poomsae Tournament, and we will be right back. All right, everyone, thank you so much for hanging in with us. In true quarantine 2020 fashion, we're having some conflicts. A couple of our teams got kicked out of their space, so they're having to try and scramble and find a new location to compete. We also have some timing conflicts with another ring. So what we're going to do in the quarterfinal round now is we're actually going to jump to match number 122. So Northeastern A1 and Princeton A1, if you are available, we will be starting with your match number 122 in the quarters right now, if you are both ready to go. So this will be Princeton A1, Cecilia Kim and Joy Cho versus Northeastern A1, Joshua Kwok, Jesse Wong, and Jenna Sloda. Our first matchup here will be Cecilia versus Joshua.
Tip, Kanye. 준비? 시작. Bro. Chip, Kanye. Thank you, ma'am.
That was Cecilia Kim from Princeton's A1 team. Here, this is match 122 in the quarterfinals. This is the last round where we will be seeing Paul Jeong. So we have a few more chances here, lots of recordings that we'll have available to us after the tournament is over to go back, watch ourselves, watch our teammates, and try and improve upon our Poomsae for the next online tournament. Cecilia here getting a 3.03 on accuracy. And again, this is a two-person team from Princeton. They advanced out of the round of 32 and the round of 16. Both of them have to win in order to advance. So here we go, Cecilia getting a 7.13 to kick us off here in the quarterfinals. And we will now go to Northeastern.
John ran to the bathroom real quick because we didn't know we were gonna go so soon. I mean, I don't know if it's possible if you can just switch up since I'm not like against anyone anyways. Or like, should we wait for him?
Yeah, that's fine. We will wait.
Wait,
for him.
okay.
That's completely fine. Yep.
While we're just waiting here for Joshua to come back, what I can do is tell you a little bit about one of our other referees in this wonderful Ring 1 that we have here today. We also have with us Tom Butoff, who's here from Colchester, Vermont. And a couple of fun facts about Tom is that he grew up on a family dairy farm in Addison County, Vermont. and he shares a birthday with Elvis Presley, and he can also speak French. A fun memory he has of Taekwondo is when he was sparring a teammate and he was 6'4", and he had to kind of vault himself off of his teammate to try and score a headshot. So I think we've all felt the struggle of fighting someone taller than us and making do with what we have. So that is one of our other wonderful referees today here with us at this ECTC Fall 2020 Online Poomsae event. And I do just want to remind everybody again that the NCTA Online Collegiate Championships tournaments will be in 2 weeks on November 14th. So please do check out the website for that tournament. Registration is open. It's an individual tournament. We will have divisions for all color belts, as well as black belts, representing all colleges. So go ahead and check out that tournament. Again, very low registration costs, high level live tournament here. Many of the same TC members will be running that tournament who are working the tournament today. So we hope to see many of you again in a couple of weeks at the NCTA live tournament on November 14th. And it looks like we now have Joshua from Northeastern. So here we go. That score that Princeton put up was a 7.13. That's the score he needs to beat.
Chip. Kanye. 준비. 시작. Bro. Chip. Kanye. Thank you, sir.
That was Joshua Kwok from Northeastern's A1 team. He is studying computer engineering and computer science and enjoys cooking outside of Taekwondo and classes. Fun fact about Joshua is that he hates snow, but lives in Boston. He just got a 2.63 in accuracy. Again, the score he needs to beat was a 7.13. He gets a 6.53. So that round will go to Princeton. So Cecilia Kim takes round 1 for blue, and up now we'll have Joy Cho versus Jessie Wang.
Chip. Kanye. 준비. 시작. Trip. Kune.
That was Joy Cho from Princeton's A1 team. Again, this is a two-person team. They advanced out of the round of 32 and round of 16 to make it here to the quarters. They both need to win to advance. And Joy here gets a 7.07, nice high score, very similar to her teammates. Again, reminder, she's competing all the way from Korea, so her parents are sleeping. She's being nice and quiet, but good high score here. And now we go to Northeastern. They're going to have to try and beat this 7.07.
Trip. Kune. 준비. 시작. Bro. Trip. Kune.
That was Jessie Wong from Northeastern's A1 team here in the quarterfinals. This is match 122. Jessie needs to beat a score of 7.07 from Princeton. Fun fact about Jessie is that outside of Taekwondo, she also does synchronized swimming. That'll probably help her with pairs and team Poomsae. So we're waiting here. Score to beat again, 7.07. She gets a 6.33. So not enough for this Northeastern team. And Princeton A1 continues to advance, this two-person team pushing through. They will now be into the semifinals. But before we can move on, we have Jenna Slota from Northeastern to finish out this match 122.
Trip. Kune. 준비. 시작. Nope. Bro. Kune. Thank you, ma'am.
That was Jenna from Northeastern. Jenna is studying mechanical engineering, and one of her favorite Taekwondo memories was being on the ECTC All-Star team and getting to travel to Puerto Rico, which does sound like one of the coolest destinations of the All-Star team that I've heard of. She gets a 2.87 for accuracy. And this will be the final score here for Northeastern's A1 team. She gets a 6.93. Highest score for her team. She'll take that round, but Princeton will take this full match there for 122 and move on to the semis for match 124. We're just figuring out which schools we have here in this quarterfinal round so we can figure out who's going to be going next. If you are still in the quarters, match 119, 120, and 121, please do just be listening. We might be going out of order based on who is available at the moment. Okay, I think we are now able to keep moving on with our quarterfinals here in order. So we're going to start with match number 119. So we're going to have MIT A1 versus West Point A1. Again, quarterfinals here, match 119. MIT's A1 team is Kevin Jeong, Elizabeth Zhou, and Karen Rial versus West Point's A1, Jewoong Jeong, Justin Marr, and Esther Kang. Up first, Kevin versus Jewoong.
It's facing the wrong way. Yeah. Wait, not ready yet. Why is this like this? Yeah, that's better. That's good. That's good.
Trip. 그녀의 준비. 시작.
Stop!
보러. 트립. 그녀의. Thank you, sir.
That was Kevin Jeong from MIT's A1 team here in the quarterfinals. They are still performing Taeguk Paul Jeong. We have two full teams of 3 athletes from both MIT A1 and West Point A1. Kevin pulling in a 7.67 here. I believe that beats his score from the round of 16. So improving round to round, 7.67. And we now go to West Point's A1, Jewoong Jeong. The score to beat is a 7.67.
트립. 그녀의. 준비. 시작.
자!
브로. 칠. 그님.
That was Jewoong Jeong from West Point. Nice, we got to hear his teammates there cheering him on. This is a battle here between MIT A1 and West Point A1. Kevin Jeong got a 7.67. Jewoong here a 3.2 in accuracy. Both of these men have been on the U.S. national team in different divisions over the last couple of years. This is going to be a tight match, but Jewoong gets a 7.5. So that first round will go to MIT's Kevin Jeong with a 7.67. Congratulations on that first round. This is going to be a close one, though. Up next, we have Elizabeth versus Justin.
칠. 그님. 준비. 시작. 브로. 그님. Thank you, ma'am.
That was Elizabeth Zhou from MIT's A1 team. The first round, what a match that was between Kevin and Jewoong, went to MIT. Now we have Elizabeth, the second athlete from this MIT team. Her accuracy score coming in as a 3.03. Again, full teams here for both of these teams. Elizabeth gets a 7.23. I believe that's the same score she got in the round of 16. So nice consistency there from her. And we will now go to West Point. The score that they need to beat to try and win this round and give them a chance of moving on is a 7.23.
칠. 그님. 준비. 시작. Bro. Chip. Can you? Thank you, sir.
That was Justin Marr from West Point's A1 team here in this quarterfinal round. This is match number 119, MIT A1 versus West Point A1. And we had a score of 7.23 from Elizabeth here. If Justin wants to try and win this round and help his team advance to the semis, he has to beat that 7.23. This is just the quarterfinals, everyone, but I am getting really excited. The level of Poomsae is just very, very high by these student athletes. So I hope that everyone is watching the live stream, sharing that link with your friends and family. I'm seeing lots of supportive cheering for our athletes here, which is great. And here, Justin scored a 6.73. So a very solid score, but not enough for him to take this round. So Elizabeth will take the second round for MIT's A1, and we will finish out this round with Karen versus Esther.
Chip. Can you? Jimmy. Sejak. Bro. Chip. Can you? Thank you, ma'am.
That was Karen Rial from MIT's A1 team. This MIT A1 team will advance to the semifinals because Kevin Jeong and Elizabeth both won their rounds against West Point, but we are contesting this last round to give everyone experience and have scores by the judges. Karen's accuracy coming in as a 3.37, another massive score of 7.73, beating her own score from the round of 16. And I believe that's the highest score we've seen the whole tournament. But we're not done with this round. West Point A1's Esther Cheung is going to try and beat this score to take one win for her West Point team. Up now to finish out this round. Match 119, we have Esther from West Point.
Chip. Can you? Jimmy. Sejak. Bro. Trip. Name. Thank you, ma'am.
That was Esther from West Point finishing out this match 119 here in the quarterfinals. Karen Riel from MIT put up a massive score of 7.73. Esther getting a 6.80. Very good score for her team at West Point. Congratulations to all 6 of the athletes here in this round. What an amazing matchup. I really thought that everybody did a really great job. So congratulations to the MIT A1 team. You are moving on to the semifinals. Your match number will be 123. And moving down the bracket now in quarterfinals, we have match number 120, Michigan A1 versus Cornell A1. In this matchup, we will have a full Michigan team here. Hyung Cho, Jacqueline Lee, and Alicia Wong versus full team from Cornell A1, Wensi Wu, Haley Kim, and Angela Jin. Please do make sure that you check this order because I do believe that they get randomized as we move forward in the bracket. So this may not be the order that you competed in a previous round. So up first, we have Hyung from Michigan versus Wensi from Cornell.
Chip. Good name. 준비. 시작. Bro. Chip. Good name.
That was Hyung Cho from Michigan's A1 team. We are here in the quarterfinals of this Ring 1A team bracket here for Team Poomsae at the ECTC Fall 2020 Online Poomsae Tournament. We are at match number 120, Michigan A1 versus Cornell A1. Hyung's accuracy for this Paul Jung coming in as a 2.83. Total score of 6.87. So opening up this round nice and strong, we now go to Cornell's Wensi Wu.
Chip. Good name. 준비. 시작. Bro. Sure.
That was Wensi Wu from Cornell's A1 team. This is match 120. Michigan went first, put up a score of 6.87. So that is the score that Wensi needs to beat to take this round for Cornell. We're getting lots of cheers from the Cornell team. Nice to see all of you on our live stream chat there. And Wensi, a 6.87, guys, that is the same score from Michigan. So we're gonna have to look who takes it. It is Cheung from Michigan. What a close score there. So what happens is presentation takes it, and Cheung had a 3/100ths of a point higher presentation. So first round goes to blue, Michigan. Up now, we will have Jacqueline versus Haley.
Check. Kunye. Jimby. Sejak. Bro. Sure. Sure. Kunye.
That was Jacqueline Lee for Michigan's A1 team. Michigan took that first round against Cornell in a very exciting tie winter presentation. So Jacqueline here getting a 6.03 for this Michigan A1 team. And we will now go to Cornell's Haley Kim. The score to beat is a 6.03.
Check. Kunye. Jimmy. Sejak. Bro. Check. Kunye. Thank you, ma'am.
That was Haley Kim from Cornell's A1 team. Again, we had such a close matchup there, a tie on the first round. Haley now coming out with a strong 3.03 accuracy here. She needs to beat a 6.03, and she does by a whole point here, 7.17. So she will take this round 2, goes to Cornell red, Michigan blue. Look at the colors even match up on this round. All right, so we are 1-1 here. We have our last round. Whoever wins this round will take the match and move on to the semis. It is Alicia for Michigan versus Angela from Cornell.
Trip. Kunye. 준비. 시작. Bro. Trip. Kunye. Thank you, ma'am.
That was Alicia Wong for Michigan's A1 team. Here we are in the last round of this match, 120 in the quarterfinals here. Michigan versus Cornell. Each team has one win. It comes down to this battle here between Alicia and Angela. Alicia getting a 2.8 in accuracy. Both of these athletes in the round of 16 had very similar scores. So 6.67 for Angela. That is the score that we will have to beat if Cornell wants to try and take this round and make it into the semis. 6.67 is the score to beat.
Chet. Kunye. 준비. 시작. Bro. Trip. Kunye. Thank you, ma'am.
That was Angela Jin for Cornell's A1 team here in this match number 120 in the quarterfinals. This is it, ladies and gentlemen. It comes down to this score here. Can she beat a 6.67 to help her team make it into the semis? Each team so far has one win, 6.70. So by 3/100ths of a point, Angela takes that round for Cornell, and Cornell A1 will advance into the semifinals. Congratulations to all 6 athletes. What a great round. So close. Great competition. I enjoyed all of the cheering in that live chat. Cornell A1 will move on here to the semis where they will battle against MIT's A1 in match number 123. We now are going to move down the quarterfinals to our last matchup here in this quarters. We have match number 121, Rutgers A1 versus Cornell A2. Last matchup here. So let's take a look at those teams. Match 121, Rutgers A1 has a full team of Jewoong Lee, Abraham Cheung, and Sylvia So versus Cornell A2, full team of Dario, Bernal, Taerim and Elena Cote. Here we go, everyone. These are the last 6 Paljongs that we will see here in this Ring 1 A-team bracket. The last quarterfinal matchup we have of the day before we go to semis, and then we'll get some sidekicks in choreo. So match 121, here we go. Rutgers A1 versus Cornell A2. Just a moment, we are just getting everything set up for this match number 121 between Rutgers A1 and Cornell A2. Those athletes can be ready to go. We are just getting things set up on our end, and then we will be moving right over to Rutgers. Okay, here is that matchup I mentioned. Jewoong, Abraham, and Sylvia versus Dario, Taerim, and Elena. Our first matchup is Jewoong versus Dario.
Chip, can you? Jimmy? Sıcak. Bro. Show. Trick Kanye. Thank you, sir.
That was Jewoong Lee from Rutgers, A1 team here in this last of our quarterfinal matchups. Rutgers A1 versus Cornell A2. Jewoong opening up nice and strong here in this round with Paul Jeong. It is their third time competing with Paul Jeong. We had the round of 32, round of 16, and quarters with Paul Jeong. So hopefully they're going strong so that they can continue and keep on moving forward in this bracket. Jewoong gets a 7.33. Nice, strong form, good score. We go to Cornell now. The score to beat, nice and high, is a 7.33.
Wait, Amanda, you're in video.
Rip. Kine. 준비. 시작. Bro. Trip. Kune. Thank you, sir.
That was Dario from Cornell's A2 team here in the quarterfinals. Jewoong from Rutgers put up a score of 7.33. That is the score that Dario needs to beat here to take this first round for Cornell. Again, this is a full 3-on-3 team. So whoever wins 2 of the 3 matches will be moving on to the semifinals. We just need to change the screen over to Dario so we can enter in his scores. Here we go. Score for Dario coming in at 6.70 for this round. And that will go to Rutgers. Jewoong with that 7.33. So first round goes to Rutgers. Up next, we have Abraham versus Tarim.
Trip. Kune. 준비. 시작. Bro. Trip. Kune. sir.
That was Abraham Cheung from Rutgers, A1 team here in this match number 121 in the quarterfinals. Just a reminder, we have full teams here. Rutgers took the first round with a huge 7.33 score. Now we'll see how Abraham does for Rutgers to set up a score that Cornell will have to beat to try and take this second round. And that score is a 6.97. So we go now to Cornell A2, Taerim The score to beat here to take this round is a 6.97.
Trip. Kune. 준비. 시작. Bro. Trip. Kune. Ma'am.
That was Taerim from Cornell's A2 team here in the quarterfinals. We had Abraham from Rutgers put up a 6.97 for this round. If Taerim here can beat a 6.97, she can take this round for her Cornell team. Let's see what the score comes out as. A 6.80. Very close, but not enough. Abraham takes it for Rutgers. Blue here also winning round 2. So Rutgers winning 1 and 2. They will advance to the semis. Before we go there, though, we're going to finish out this bracket here. Sylvia from Rutgers versus Elena from Cornell.
Trip. Kune. 준비. 시작. Bro. Trip. Kune. Thank you, ma'am.
That was Sylvia from Rutgers A1 team here in the quarters. This is the last round of this match number 121 in the quarterfinals, and then we will be moving on to the semis. Here we go. Sylvia giving us a big score, 7.00 to finish out Rutgers round here in the quarters. Now we turn to Cornell. And we will have a score of have to beat 7.00 to win this round.
Trip. Kune. 준비. 시작.
Right! Right!
Bro. Cherry. Kanye. Thank you, ma'am.
That was Elena from Cornell's A2 team here in the quarterfinals. That was the last Paul Jung that you will see in this ring today. We are done with Paul Jung. We are going to move to the semifinals where we will see choreo. So we're going to start to see a lot of sidekicks here in just a few minutes. Elena pulling in a 6.73. Really good job to these two teams. Some nice close matchups. But Rutgers takes all three. Clean sweep here for this Rutgers A1 team. And they are moving into the semifinals. Match 124 against Princeton's A1. Congratulations, everyone that's competed so far. I hope you're having fun. I'm having fun. And now we're moving to the semis. So let's go, guys. We are moving. Flip my notebook over to match 123. MIT A1 versus Cornell A1. We have full teams. MIT, Karen Rial, Elizabeth Zhou, and Kevin Jeong versus Cornell A1, Wensi Wu, Haley Kim, and Angela Jin. Again, reminder that the order does change as we go round to round. So this is not the order that you had in round of 16 or quarters necessarily. We have different orders here. So our first round matchup is Karen versus Wensi. Again, we are now moving to choreo. We are just switching over our spreadsheets and making sure we're all set up on the back end TC side here for these two teams. Again, this is the semifinal round for ring one, all black belts here. Match 123 in the semifinals, MIT A1 versus Cornell A1. These two teams both coming from opposite sides, top and bottom of the bracket on this side, fighting all the way through, although they both had buys there in that first round. So here we go in the semis. First up, we have Karen versus Wensi.
차렷. 그녀의 준비. 시작. Borrow. Sure. Thank you, ma'am.
That was Karen Rial from MIT's A1 team here in this semifinal round, MIT versus Cornell. Karen Rial had some of the highest scores coming through the earlier rounds. Now we are into choreo. We have the semifinals here. Let's see how she scores here in this semi round. Looks like we're just still getting our spreadsheet set up to enter the scores in for Karen. This is a full team here, MIT A1 versus Cornell A1, so it should be a good match off. Karen opening with a strong accuracy of 3.27 for her choreo in the semis. And getting a 7.77 score here for this first round of choreo in the semifinals for MIT A1. We now go to Cornell's A1 team here. We have Wensi Wu.
차렷. 진예. 준비. 시작. Borrow. Sure. Thank you.
That was Wensi from Cornell's A1 team here in the semifinals. Wensi is going head to head against the first competitor from the MIT A1 team, which was Karen. She put I think the high score of the tournament so far with the 7.77. Wensi coming out strong with a 6.53. But this round will go to MIT's Karen with that 7.77. Now to our second matchup here in the semis round, Elizabeth from MIT versus Haley from Cornell.
차렷. 진예. 준비. 시작. Burrow. Sure. Thank you.
That was Elizabeth from MIT's A1 team here in the semifinals. Competing with choreo, never an easy form, and having to do it after multiple rounds to get here. Always nice to finish it with a good solid run. So Elizabeth getting a 3.07 on accuracy. For a total score here of 7.20. We'll go now to the second competitor on Cornell's A1 team, Haley Kim. She will have to beat a 7.2 to take this round for Cornell.
Juliet. Kinye. 준비. 시작. Burrow. Sure. Thank you.
That was Haley Kim from Cornell's A1 team here in the semifinal round. She is the second athlete to go for Cornell. MIT took the first round. Elizabeth, the second competitor for MIT's A1, put up a 7.2. So let's see here, Haley Kim, she needs a 7.2 or higher to beat Elizabeth and take this round for Cornell. Accuracy coming in as a 2.97. And she gets a 6.93. Very good score, but not enough. So Elizabeth for MIT A1 will also take round 2. So this match will go to MIT, but we will finish it out with Kevin Jeong from MIT versus Angela Jin from Cornell.
Oh wait, it's the wrong camera. Wait.
Juliet. kinye. 준비. 시작.
What's the name of the parent?
Burrow. Sure. Thank you.
That was Kevin Jeong from MIT's A1 team, finishing out here with choreo for the semifinal round against Cornell's A1 team. Kevin Jeong's been very solid throughout the round of 16 and the quarterfinals. Now coming into the semis with choreo, we had lots of sidekicks. All three MIT athletes putting up strong performances. Accuracy here of 3.23 for Kevin, for a score of 7.57. Nice high score there, continuing their high scores. And we will finish out this semis match up with Cornell A1. We have Angela Jin.
드립. 균열. 준비. 시작. Burrow. Sure. Thank you.
That was Angela Jin from Cornell's A1 Poomsae team here in this semifinal round. MIT was able to take the first two rounds there, so they will be advancing to the finals. But Wency, Haley, and Angela, the three competitors from this Cornell A1 team, will forever be the queens of Cornell Zoomsae. Angela just got a 6.90 on her choreo. Congratulations, ladies. Really great job. All three rounds going to MIT here. MIT moving on to the finals. All right, up now in the finals, we have match number 124. We have Rutgers A1 versus Princeton A1. For Rutgers, we have Jewoong Lee, Sylvia So, and Abraham Cheung versus Princeton's A1, the two-person team making it all the way here to the semis, Joy Cho and Cecilia Kim. Up first, we will have Jewoong versus Joy.
드립. 균열. 준비. 시작. Burrow. Sure. Thank you.
That was Jaewoo Lee from Rutgers, A1 team, the first to go in this semi matchup number 124, Rutgers A1 versus Princeton A1. We had some similar scores from these two teams in the quarterfinals, but again, we have choreo now here in the semis. Totally different tournament form. I mean, front kicks in Paul Jung versus all these side kicks in choreo. So Jaewoo pulling out a 6.97 to get us started for choreo for Rutgers in this A1 semifinal division. Our next competitor, Joy Cho from Princeton, is currently finding a new competition space. So we're going to wait just a couple of minutes for her to find a location where she can continue this competition. Again, the Princeton team is just 2 competitors, and they've fought their way out of the round of 32, out of the round of 16, through the quarters, now in the semis. So we're just going to give a few minutes to Joy so that she can find a space. This is match number 124, Rutgers A1 versus Princeton A1 semifinals in this Fall 2020 ECTC live online tournament. All right, we're ready to go. We had a 6.97 from Jaewoo from Rutgers. We now have Joy Cho from Princeton.
차렷. 진예. 준비. 시작. Borrere. Sure. Thank you.
That was Joy Cho for Princeton's A1 team, coming to us all the way from South Korea, where it is 7 a.m. She started competing at like 3 a.m. when it was dark out. All the way now, we can see the sun shining when we're down into the dark here in the East Coast of the US. So a 3.0 accuracy for Joy. Again, she needs to beat a 6.97 to take this round for Princeton. Let's see how the presentation comes in and if she can win this round. Again, two-person team, so both of the athletes from Princeton have to win to advance to the finals. .3.1 accuracy, still waiting for that presentation. A 4.13, total of 7.23. That will give her this round for Princeton. We move now to Sylvia from Rutgers.
Check. Kenya. 준비. 시작. Borrere. Sure. Thank you.
That was Sylvia So from Rutgers, A1 team here in the semifinals. This is Rutgers A1 versus Princeton A1. We had a really competitive round there. The first one, Princeton took the first round. And Sylvia's score coming through for this choreo, a 2.97 on accuracy. For a total score of 6.93. Very solid, really great score here in the semifinals of choreo. Princeton A1 competitor is now up. She needs to beat a 6.93 to advance to the finals.
Check. Kenya. 준비. 시작. Burrow. Sure. Thank you.
That was Cecilia Kim for Princeton's A1 team here in the semifinals. This is Rutgers A1 versus Princeton A1. This Princeton team of two ladies have fought their way out of the round of 32 here into the semis. Cecilia needs to beat a 6.93 to guarantee her and her teammate a spot in the finals. She gets an accuracy of 3.0 and a 7.1. So she will take this round for Princeton A1, and the two-person team of Joy Cho and Cecilia Kim coming to us from Korea and from, I'm actually not sure where Cecilia is, but she's repping Canada and Princeton. These ladies are moving on to the finals. We have the final competitor for Rutgers A1, Abraham Cheung. They say that they will skip the lame duck round here. So Princeton will advance to the finals for this match 124. And we'll do a 5-minute break here to give our competitors just a little rest. And then we will come back for the finals. Match number 125, our final matchup of the day, MIT A1 versus Princeton A1. We have a 3-on-2 competition. We got lots of choreo. Make sure that you stick around with us. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes for this final matchup of the day. Hello, everyone, and thank you so much for sticking with us all day long. We're about to start this finals matchup here in Ring 1. The Black Belts A teams are going to go at it in just a minute or two. Before we get started, I really just want to thank everyone for competing today, finding space. Not everybody had the best space. Some people competed outside. It was wet. Some people didn't have uniforms. People got kicked out of space for being too loud. Some athletes are having to not yell so that they don't wake up family members. So no matter what situation you are in, so many athletes today really just did such an amazing job working through whatever situation they're in to make sure that they could compete today, represent their school, represent their teammates. I hope all of you have really enjoyed this tournament. I think it's one of the most smoothly run events that I've been a part of. And I hope that you are getting excited here for this final matchup. We have MIT A1 versus Princeton A1. And we are so close here. I also just want to thank all of the TC members who have volunteered their time all day to make this tournament run smoothly. We've had multiple rings, lots of volunteers to make sure that you guys have a good experience. And to all of our referees, they've just done an amazing job. Again, having so many referees so that we can have those 5 judges, drop the high and the low score, average the middle 3 really makes a big difference from a competitor point of view. So thank you also to all of our referees. And finally, before we get started, once this last matchup is completed, we will be having the final ceremonies in this ring. So stay with us here in Ring 1. Right after we're done with this matchup, we'll have the closing ceremonies. And we're ready. So let's go with MIT A1 versus Princeton A1. We have Karen Rial, Kevin Jeong, Elizabeth Zhao versus Cecilia Kim and Joy Cho. I believe that all of these athletes are undefeated, if I'm right. So our first up is Karen versus Cecilia.
Miss Karen, trip, good. 준비. 시작. 바로 Good. Good. Thank you, ma'am.
That was Karen Rial from MIT's A1 performing choreo in this finals matchup between MIT A1 and Princeton A1. Karen's had a really great day so far today, running through multiple rounds of Paljong and now into choreo to finish out this round. She gets an accuracy of 3.27 and a total score of 7.67, one of the highest scores of the day so far. And we go now to Princeton A1.
It's Kim. Good. Good. 준비. 시작. Borrow. Chet. Finish. Thank you.
That was Cecilia Kim representing Princeton's A1 team here in the finals. Princeton's team is 2 women today, and they both have to win in order to beat this 3-person MIT team. Karen had a 7.67. Cecilia here with a 7.20 on her choreo. Very good job to both of these ladies, but Karen from MIT will take the first round. And we now go to Kevin Jeong from MIT.
Better, Chet. Finish. 준비. 시작.
자!
Borrow. Chet. Finish. Thank you, sir.
That was Kevin Jeong from MIT's A1 team here today in this final round. And he gets an accuracy of 3.20 on this choreo. Karen took the first round for MIT. Kevin here performing his choreo. Getting a score of 7.5. So another big score there from MIT. We have some of the best athletes, not just in this country, but repping other countries like Canada as well. So here we go to Princeton. We have Joy Cho to finish out our tournament today.
Miss Joy. Chet. Finish. 준비. 시작. Borrow. Chet. Finish. Thank you, ma'am.
That was Joy Cho for Princeton's A1 team here in the finals. competing all the way from Korea where the sun's coming up. It's already Monday over there, so you'll have to tell us how great Monday is. We're still back here on Sunday. Joy gets a 3.07 on her accuracy. For a total score of 7.37. So Kevin Jeong will take the second round for MIT as well, but these are some of the highest scores in the tournament. So what a really great finals matchup here between MIT A1 and Princeton A1. So first two rounds here, going to MIT, Karen Riel, Kevin Jeong taking the first two rounds. So first place here, we have MIT A1. In second place, we have Princeton's A1 team. In third place, we have Rutgers A1, and we also have Cornell A1. So congratulations to all of those teams who competed through so many rounds of Poomsae. We started early this morning here doing lots of rounds of Paljong into choreo. Congratulations to everyone on really just an amazing performance of this team-based Poomsae format. This was ring one. We had a team Poomsae. And I hope that all of you thoroughly enjoyed this as much as I did. We are just figuring out here. MIT's team has 3 competitors. We had the first two go, Karen and Kevin. Elizabeth is the third competitor in this round. And she says that she will perform her choreo. So we will have one final performance here. MIT to close us out. Elizabeth Jo will perform choreo as the very final Poomsae of this tournament.
All right, guys, I'm gonna run it down, but this is gonna be fun.
Miss Elizabeth, Chip, Kine. 준비. 시작. 바로. Chip, Kine. Thank you, ma'am.
That was Elizabeth Jo cleaning up our tournament for us today with her choreo. We are all done with this tournament now. We're just going to get some scores here. For this final choreo, Elizabeth gets a 3.17 for accuracy, for a total score of 7.47. Congratulations to all of our competitors today. Again, MIT, here are those scores. They take a full sweep to finish out the finals with a gold medal to all 3 of them. We will now pass it to Master Jamie Schulte for closing ceremonies.
Hello, everybody, and just wanted to say this is such a tremendous day for the ECTC. You know, that to come back after all the challenges of the last several months and to have a real live tournament with a smooth operation, professional, judging, and all of the great things that we experienced today. I think it's just, it's just tremendous, especially for our newest athletes, right? Everybody who was here last year knows what the ECTC is. I hope you felt the same feeling today as your teammates were cheering you on YouTube. But, for our newest athletes, our white and yellow belts especially, wow. So we kind of brought them into the ECTC family and showed them what it is. And I hope everybody had that great experience. It was really obvious to me from looking at the care that everybody put into preparing their spaces. If you had a basement or a lounge or your dorm room or whatever space you could find outdoors, in the rain. I saw a couple of competitors competing, in the middle of the night, as quietly as you can, right? Whatever it was, people put all of that effort into their spaces and preparing to train, for this event. So I think that's what the league is, right? It's that effort and that experience that we all have together and the work we put into it. So yeah, just a tremendous job on everybody's part. From the tournament committee and the judges and the competitors and coaches and everybody coming together to make this happen. And I think over to Tara and Carissa maybe for some results.
No, I just wanted to I
Strong.
just wanted to echo Master Schulte's comments. Thank you again so much for everyone. I was blown away with just really not on the past two NCTA tournaments. I was much more involved operationally, and I was just marveling at what an amazing job everyone did rolling with all of the unusual situations that came up today, and all the competitors being so patient. And and the level of that the programs are putting out today is extraordinary. It is extraordinary. So the coach in me is just so impressed with what all the student leaders and the coaches are doing out there. So keep up the great work. Let's really stay tough as a league, everyone. And let's really continue to push. I want to see a huge ECTC turnout at NCTA, and going into the spring, I want us to come out of this the strongest league in the country. Okay, thanks everyone.
All right, ECTC, this is your tournament committee co-chair, Tara Sarathi speaking. Hope you guys all had a fantastic day. In the meantime, I'm going to share with you guys some results from the day. So first off, C team results. In third place, earning 16 points for their team is the two West Point teams. So we have West Point C1 with Ivy Mock, Angela Vantrease, and John Parker, and West Point C5 with Aaron Lee, Jesse Yu, and Min-Soo Yang. Yeah, let's go West Point! Woo! We love you, West Point! And in second place for C Team Poomsae, earning 32 points for their school, we have MIT PC4 with Jawed Yosef, Julia Pocket, and Tejas. Yeah, let's go MIT! Woo! MIT, awesome! And in first place, earning 64 points for their team, is MIT PC1 with Tenzin Jampa, Angela Gao, and Tina Chen. Yeah, MIT, ha! MIT, ha! MIT, ha! Now on to B team results. In third place, earning 24 points for their team, are the two MIT B teams. We have MIT PB1 with Mokhtar Fall, Alexander Vernick, and Lainey Flanagan. And also MIT PB2 with Wanlin Lee, Susie Bayan, and Jiaxing Liu. Woo, let's go MIT! Yeah! And in second place, earning 48 points for their team, is Cornell PB2 with Amanda Jem, Amina, and Helen Wang. Yeah, Cornell fight team! Ah! Cornell fight team! Ah! Cornell fight team! Ah! And finally, in first place for B Team Poomsae, earning 96 points, is Cornell PB1 with Eunice Choi, Rizzo, and Adrian Brown. Cornell fight team, ha! Cornell fight team, ha! Cornell fight team, ha ha ha! And now A Team Poomsae results. In third place, earning 32 points for their team, is Cornell PA1 with Winston Wu, Haley Kim, and Angela Jen, and Rutgers PA1 with Jewoong Lee, Sylvia Seo, and Abraham Chang. Yeah, let's go Cornell! Woo, let's go Rutgers! Woo! And in second place, earning 64 points for their team, is Princeton PA1 with Cecilia Kim and Joy Cho. Let's go Princeton! Yeah, we love you Princeton! You're amazing Princeton! And lastly, in first place, earning 128 points for their team, is MIT PA1 with Karen Riel, Kevin Jeong, and Elizabeth Zhao. MIT, ha! MIT, ha! MIT, ha ha ha! And now for the overall division results. We have a tie in third place with 16 points apiece. Our Northeastern University and the University of Michigan. Woo! Let's go Northeastern! Yeah, UMich! We love you guys! Woo! And in second place with 32 points, Rutgers University. Yeah, let's go Rutgers! Rutgers, 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 Rutgers. And finally, in first place with 64 points, it's Princeton University. Yeah, let's go Princeton. That was an amazing two-person team. Princeton all the way. Woo! And finally, for Division I, in third place with 84 points, United States Military Academy at West Point. Let's go Army! Yeah, let's go West Point! Woo! We love you, West Point! Yeah! And in second place with 204 points, it's Cornell University. Cornell fight team! Ha! Cornell fight team! Ha! Cornell fight team! Ha ha ha! And lastly, in first place with 292 points, is MIT. MIT, ha! MIT, ha! MIT, ha, ha, ha! And that is it for results. So congratulations, everyone who competed. Hope you guys have an amazing end of the semester and an amazing holiday season. And also just to put in one more plug for the NCTA tournament happening on November 14th. I hope all of you guys sign up and compete because you do earn ECTC points for the Resilience Cup at that tournament. So thank you all for competing and have a wonderful evening.